Hi there, and welcome to a project video where you'll build and deploy a fully responsive, modern, full-stack social media application. With all advanced social media features such as Google Authentication, create, edit, delete, and save images. Also, like and comment on other people's posts, search and filter images, and so much more. The Share Me is the best image sharing social media application that you can currently find on YouTube and on the entire internet. In this video, you'll learn advanced React best practices, such as folder and file structure, hooks and refs, Google Authentication, building out the entire user interface using Tailwind CSS, and most importantly, you'll learn how to manage the entire content of your application using Sanity. Sanity is a content management system, CMS for short, that will make the making of our entire app possible. Sanity allows us to focus on developing the application without having to worry about the content, file storage, and databases. They'll cover all the dirty work for us and allow us to build scalable and user-friendly applications extremely easily. Sanity is also versatile. You can create simple things incredibly easily, but if you need to create more complex queries and schemas, you can do that as well. As you might have noticed, this is a really long video. I initially planned on putting it as a paid course, but I later decided to release it completely free for you guys here on YouTube. So, to support this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. It shouldn't take more than a few seconds, and I really appreciate it. If this video reaches 15,000 likes, I'll create more videos just like this one. So keep watching, and I'll teach you how you can build this amazing Share Me application in just one video completely for free. In the end, we'll also deploy the application so that you can share it with your friends, put it on your portfolio, and get a job. Now, let's get started. Before we begin, please allow me to give you a quick demo of the project you're going to build in this video. Share Me is a photo sharing social media application similar to Pinterest. Users can log in or register through a custom page featuring Google Authentication. Once they're in, they'll immediately be greeted with a feed of images that other users posted. The image of each pin can be downloaded, it has a destination URL, and you can also save it. To see more details about an individual pin, you can of course click it and immediately see the title and the description. Oh, and you can also leave comments. Below the details, you can see more pins, just like the one you're currently on. Of course, we can also visit the profile page of the user who created that pin. In here, you can see all of the pins that Zoe created. And you can also see all of the posts that she saved. Now, let's go to the homepage to explore the search and filtering options. Share Me has advanced filtering options. So if you search for dogs, cats, or art, you'll immediately get the right pins you're searching for. There are also some predefined categories on the left side that you can explore. So for example, wallpapers, websites, or food. Oh, and did I forget to mention, the app is fully mobile responsive. Take a look at this. It feels like a native mobile application. So, are you excited to build it? I'd also like to mention one really important thing, and that is that the code for this entire project is up on GitHub. So, while following along, if you at any point during the video get stuck, something doesn't work as it should, definitely make sure to check out this GitHub repository, go to the specific file we're working on, and make sure to check what seems to be wrong. While you're here, also make sure to leave a star. With that said, let's go ahead and get started. Let's start off by creating a new empty folder on our desktop. We're gonna build a social media application. I've called it Share Me, but feel free to call your project anything you'd like. Once you have your empty folder, open up an empty Visual Studio Code window and drag your folder in. Of course, you can use any code editor of choice. Personally, I prefer Visual Studio Code. Once your folder is open in your Visual Studio Code, let's expand this window. And there we go. Now we're going to open up our terminal by going to View and then Terminal. We can clear it. And now we're going to start off by creating two empty folders. We can right-click right here and create our first folder, which is going to be share me _ backend. And then finally, one more, which is going to be share me _ frontend. Of course, feel free to call this project anything you like and rename these as needed. The backend of our project is going to be where our Sanity configuration is going to be. Inside of our share me backend, we're going to create our entire Sanity configuration, meaning schemas for our comments, images, posted by, users, and everything else we need. We can of course start off by setting up Sanity. You can go to sanity.io or click the link down in the description and you'll see that content is indeed data. Sanity is the unified content platform that powers better digital experiences. In other words, it's going to help us to create seemingly a full stack application, but so much more easily. You'll be able to create an application where users will be able to upload their own data and you'll immediately get it through your React application. So let's go ahead and click Get Started. Oh, hi there. Sorry for interrupting the video. JavaScript Mastery from the future here, editing the video, and I've got some great news for you. Sanity was kind enough to provide you something extra just because you're watching this video. So instead of going to sanity.io, go to sanity.io/JavaScript Mastery. The link is going to be down in the description. And then, instead of running only Sanity init, provide some extra parameters, such as project plan boosted free 2021-12-08. Just make sure to click the link in the description, copy this command, and paste it instead of simply running Sanity init. That's going to be it, and now feel free to continue with the video. The first thing we have to do is install Sanity CLI globally. That's their command line interface that's going to make the setup of the entire Sanity backend incredibly simple. So let's go ahead and copy it. And back inside of our Visual Studio Code, we can change the directory or CD into share me backend. And then finally, we can run that command. Their entire command line is going to be installed in a matter of seconds. And then we can run Sanity init. This is going to initialize our entire project. If this command didn't work for you, make sure to run npx sanity init and then it's going to work. With that said, we are now inside of Sanity's command line interface and we'll have to answer a few questions so that Sanity sets up the best project structure for us. The first thing we have to do is log in. In this case, I'm going to log in using Google, so I'm simply going to press enter. As they say here, login successful, so simply close this tab and return to the terminal. Now the second thing we have to do is we have to choose which project do we want to use. In this case, we're going to go with a completely new project, so simply press enter on the create new project. And finally, let's also choose a project's name. In this case, I'm going to call it share me _JSM. But again, feel free to call it however you'd like. We can again press enter, and now we can say that we want to use the default dataset configuration by simply pressing Y and then enter. Under project output path, we can simply press enter because the default configuration path has already been chosen. And finally, Sanity offers a lot of predefined templates so that you can quickly start with your project. You can choose a movie project, an e-commerce project, a blog. But in our case, we're going to start with a clean project with no predefined schemas. I'm going to teach you how to do absolutely everything completely yourself in this video. So let's go ahead and press enter. Right now, Sanity's CLI is creating the default project files. As you can see, everything is being set up as we speak. Let's give it a minute and then we'll be right back. And the setup has been successful. Now we can run Sanity Docs to open up the documentation, Sanity Manage to open up the project settings, Sanity Help to explore the CLI manual, or simply Sanity Start to run our studio. So let's go ahead and run Sanity Start. That command started the Content Studio, so you can simply hold Control and click on this URL right here. There, you'll also have to log in, and right here, we can see our so-called desk. In here, you'll be able to add content, but right now, we have an empty schema, meaning that we have to add new schemas to our project. So for now, we can stop this from running by pressing Ctrl+C, and let's try checking out what Sanity Manage does. So Sanity Manage, and as you can see, this opened a newly created project right on Sanity Studio. But for now, we don't care about that either. What we care about is all of the files and folders that have been automatically generated inside of the ShareMe backend. Most importantly, our schemas folder. Right here, we have just one schema at the moment, as you can see right here, and then we'll have to create new schemas and types that we'll later on add right here. So how will our schemas look like? Well, let's go ahead and create our first schema right away. We can right-click right here, create a new file, and let's name it user.js. Inside of here, we can simply write plain JavaScript code, export default, and right there, we can set up some properties. Our user is going to have a name equal to user. Then we're going to have a title of that specific schema or a model, which is going to be user with a capital U. Then the type is going to be a document because each user is going to be a document. Then we're going to add the fields that that document is going to have, and that's going to be an array of a few objects. In here, our first field, the name of the field is going to be user name, like this. Then the title is going to be user name, just like so. And finally, the type is going to be a string. Now we can add a comma here and duplicate this object just below. The second field that our user will have is going to be an image. So right here, we can set the name of the field to be image, the title to be an image as well, and the type is going to be a string as well because it's going to be a URL. And just like that, we've already created the schema of our first document, user. Now we can go back under schema. Inside of here, we can import our first schema by saying import user from /user. And finally, we can add the type of that document or a schema right here by simply saying user. Great. Just like that, we've added our first document type. Now we can open up the terminal again by going to View and then Terminal. And let's run Sanity Start one more time to see if something happened in our Sanity Content Studio. As you can see, this now looks quite different. Now we actually have the content here, and you can see our first document type, which is the user. Now we can click right here, and you'll be able to actually publish a new user instantly. Let's go ahead and set the username to be JSM, as in JavaScript Mastery, and in here, we can put the link to our image. For now, I'm simply going to say https://jsmimage.com. Of course, this is not a real image URL, but for now, let's have it. And as soon as you do that, the document is instantly going to be published. What we've done just now is basically implemented a database. Think about that. We've created a schema and added the ability for users to add new content to that database. How crazy is that? Imagine if we were working on a MERN application, MongoDB, Express, React, and Node. Imagine how much time would we have to spend to just come to this point where we're at right now. It would take hours to just set everything up, but we've done it in a couple of minutes. Now that you understand how adding schemas work, we can go back to our Visual Studio Code and we can start adding all of the other necessary schemas. That's going to take us a few minutes. But if we do this at the start, Then we can instantly start creating our React application to use all of that data we've created schemas and documents for. So let's go ahead and add all of the necessary schemas that we'll be using throughout our application. The second schema we can define is going to be a pin. So let's create a pin.js file. Now you might be wondering, how does a pin look like? Well, let's open up the finished version of our application. If you want to take a look, it's going to be under share-me-sanity.netlify.app. We can use this as a reference for the app we're building. Each one of these images is a pin, and a pin has a lot of things. An image, of course, is going to have a link, a title, and we have to connect it to a specific user that posted it. So let's go ahead and add all of these fields. We can, of course, start by doing export default and then an object. We can give this a name, which is going to be a pin, and the title is going to be pin with a capital P. The type of this is going to be a document, and you already know the drill. We're going to add the fields as an array. Then we're going to have a few different objects. For our first field, the name is going to be title. Then we can give it a title, which is again going to be a title with a capital T. And then finally, it's going to have a type, which is going to be equal to a string. Now we can copy this object and duplicate it a few more times. We're going to need the about section of that specific pin. So let's rename this to about and about with a capital A. We're going to also need a URL, which we can call a destination. And finally, destination again with a capital D. The type of that is going to be a URL. Our pin is also going to have a category. So we can copy this and create a new field called category. And the title is, of course, going to be category with a capital C. And that's simply going to be a string. Now let's duplicate this a few more times. Below, we're going to have an image. And that image is going to have a title of image. And the type is going to be image. We can also provide an extra options. And in this case, our option is going to be hotspot is set to true. Now you might be wondering, what does this hotspot mean? And where can you find all the information about all of the specific things that the fields can have, all available types, and more information on how to set up a new schema? I've just browsed through Sanity's docs for a bit and immediately found a hotspot variable. A hotspot variable is a property for options for image type documents, where it enables the user interface for selecting what areas of an image should always be cropped or what areas should never be cropped. So basically, hotspot makes it possible to responsively adapt the images to different aspect ratios at display time. And if you want to check out all the other docs, you can go to Introduction or Getting Started. Again, all of this is going to be linked down below, and you can find it if you go to sanity.io/docs. I always strongly encourage everyone who is learning a new technology to read out the docs. So in this case, I would encourage you to watch this video thoroughly because I'm going to teach you everything. And then if you want to build a new project with Sanity, then explore everything in more details using their docs. With that said, we now know what a hotspot means and we can keep moving forward. Our next field is going to be a user ID. And there we can also specify user ID with a capital user and ID, and the type is going to be a string. Then we have to provide a few more fields. I know this file is getting big, but our pin is the main part of our entire application. Below user ID, we're going to have the posted by. And then we can also say posted by with a capital P. And the type is going to be, interestingly enough, posted by, because Sanity is smart enough to know that this is going to be a reference to another document. Then different users will be able to save this pin. So we're going to have a save field with a title of save, and the type is going to be an array. More specifically, array of. And then in here, we can specify an object that's going to say type is equal to save. So we want to have a lot of different saves inside of this save array. And the last field of our pin is going to be our comments. So we can duplicate this, say comments right here, comments with a capital C right here. That's also going to be an array, but this time of type comment. That means that we have to create a new schema for documents save and also comment. So let's go ahead and create a new schema for our comment by saying comment.js, export default, and let's go ahead and give it a name, which is going to be simply comment. We can also give it a title, which is going to be comment with a capital C. Let's give it a type, which is going to be document. And finally, let's give it fields, which is going to be an array of two different objects. The first one is going to be name, and that's going to be a string equal to posted by. It's going to have a title posted by as well. And finally, a type equal to posted by. Finally, we can duplicate this one more time. And right here, we're going to have a field for the actual comment. So we can say comment. The title is going to be comment as well. And the type of that comment is going to be a string. Now we can do the same thing with our save document, save.js. And for that, we can simply copy and paste the comment because they are incredibly similar. Instead of the name comment here, it's going to be save with a capital S. Posted by is going to stay the same. And in here, instead of the comment, we want to know the user ID of the user who saved that specific pin. So we can add it here, and the type is going to be string. And finally, the last piece of the puzzle is the posted by. So let's create a posted by.js, and we can say export default. The name is going to be posted by. The title is going to be also posted by, but with a capital first letter. The type is going to be a reference, so this is a new type. And finally, it's going to be a reference to an object where the type is equal to user. So as you can see, Sanity made this so easy. This is almost like using plain English. Our posted by is going to be of a type reference to type user. Great. Now that we have all of these schemas, we can go back in schema.js and we can import all of them. So let's duplicate this 5 more times. The second one on our list is going to be pin. Then we also want to import comment. After that, we also need posted by. And then finally, we need save. And I think that's going to be it. So finally, we can add all of these schema types right here. That's going to be pin, comment, posted by, and save. And as soon as you save that and go back to Sanity Studio, you'll be able to see that this updated automatically. And now you can also create new pins with all of the fields that you mentioned right there. As you can see, the posted by is a reference, so you can actually search a reference for a user. And you can also see that the image is indeed an actual image upload. So with that said, you can easily create new users. You can create new pins that reference to specific users. You can create comments, and you can also see that the posts are indeed referenced. So this comment is going to belong to a specific post, and we can save specific posts, which is similar to liking that post. Great. With that said, our work on the backend is fully done. Now we can start creating our front-end application, and then later on, we're going to connect it to our backend. Phenomenal. It's been amazing using Sanity so far. It's really simple and efficient. In a matter of few minutes, we've created an entire database, and we can immediately start adding documents to that database. Just think about it for a second. But with that said, let's go ahead and start creating our front end. For our front end, we'll of course use React. In my personal opinion, the best JavaScript library for building user interfaces. We're going to use Tailwind CSS with React. Tailwind is a utility-first CSS framework packed with classes like flex, paddings, text center, and so on. Essentially, it allows you to create nice designs such as this one and the application we're gonna build without almost writing no CSS at all. The only thing you do is write utility classes. If you've never used Tailwind CSS before, don't worry, I'm going to teach you how to use it from the beginning. To initialize our React application, we're going to use the npx create react app command, of course. But Tailwind CSS offers a nice installation guide so that we can quickly pair React with Tailwind. The link to this setup guide is going to be down in the description, so make sure to visit it, and then we're going to copy and paste a few lines from here straight into our terminal. So first things first, we have to cd into our share me, and that's going to be frontend. Great. So we can go ahead and clear this. Make sure that you're into share me and share me frontend. Then you can simply go ahead and copy this line, but not the entire line, everything all the way up to my project. Then simply go ahead and paste it here. And instead of writing my project, simply write /. This is going to initialize the React application straight inside of the share me frontend. You can press enter and that command is going to run and initialize a new React application. This process usually takes about a minute, so let's leave it be and I'll be right back. Great, our application has been initialized. We can go ahead and clear the terminal and we don't have to cd into our project because we're already there. As you can notice, now instead of the share me frontend, you can see the code for our React application. But before taking a deeper look into that, let's go ahead and install Tailwind CSS. So you can copy this line, npm install -d. This is going to install so-called dev dependencies. And finally, we can run npx Tailwind CSS init -p. There we go. This created a Tailwind CSS config file. Let's go ahead and check that file out. There we go, post CSS config and also Tailwind config right here. The one we care about is tailwind.config.js. Inside of here, you can specify the content, you can specify the theme and the plugins. For this application, I've prepared a Tailwind config file, which I'm going to give you access to straight away, just so we don't have to write everything ourselves. You can find the link to the GitHub gist containing the entire Tailwind config down below. There we go. I just pasted it right here. I'm going to give you some time to go down in the description and paste it yourself as well. Throughout this application, there's going to be a few more cases where I'm just going to give you the code to something. And when I say something, I don't mean major pieces of code that make up the entire application. I just mean some general files which are mostly hard to type but don't contain any logic at all, such as this one. So don't worry, all the knowledge for this project, you're going to have it. I hope you copied and pasted this Tailwind config by now, so let's go ahead and move to the fourth step. And that is to add the Tailwind directives to your CSS. But before we do that, let's go ahead and check what we currently have in our source folder. Source is the main part of our React application. In here we have the index.js and all the other files we might not need. So in this case, the setup tests, we won't be needing that. Same things goes for the logo, report to web vitals, and so on. So what I usually like to do is completely clear the source folder by deleting it. Then you can right-click Share Me Frontend, and you can create a new folder called src. That way, we're handling everything ourselves. So let's go ahead and create the most important part in every React application, and that is the index.js file. Inside of here, we of course have to have import React from React. Then we're going to have import React DOM from React-DOM. And this is the only file where React actually connects to the DOM of the website. Now that we have our React and React DOM, we can simply import app from /app. This is going to be our main React application. And we can simply render it. So we can say React DOM.render. And inside of there, we're simply going to render that app as a self-closing component. And then we have to hook that application onto the real DOM by saying document .getElementById, and that's going to be root. Great. Of course, as you might notice, this app doesn't exist yet. So let's go ahead and create it. That's going to be app.js. And inside of there, for now, we can simply create a basic functional component by typing RAFCE. This is going to create a basic structure of a React functional component. If this shortcut didn't work for you, don't worry at all. That most likely means that you don't have the extension installed. And the extension we need is ES6, and I think that's going to be snippets. No, it's going to be ES7 React Redux GraphQL snippets. So just go ahead and install this extension. And as soon as you do, you should be able to run RAFCE and get this entire code. If for whatever reason this command doesn't work for you, just go ahead and type this out yourself. Import React from React, const app, and then return div. We're going to be using RAFCE a lot through this application just to speed up the workflow. Great. Now we have our app, and we can also create an index.css. There we go, index.css, and we can simply import it inside of our index, simply by saying import /index.css. And now we can finally continue where we left off with installing Tailwind. To install Tailwind, as you can see, we need to have that index.css, and we need to add these 3 lines. While we're here, we can also apply some general styles to our application. First, let's set up the default font family. We can do that by saying body, font-family, and that's going to be equal to Lato. And then we also can provide a backup font, which is going to be sans serif. Then we're going to provide a class called hide-scrollbar, and then :-webkit, and then -scrollbar. Like this, we can simply hide the scrollbar because we're going to use custom ones in our application. Great, that's it with our index.css file. And I think that's also done with Tailwind. We can of course test it out by providing some class names. So let's go ahead and copy these class names, go back in our application, and instead of a div, we'll render an h1 and provide these classes. Before we actually go ahead and run our application, let's install all other necessary dependencies for our project. To do that, we can expand our Visual Studio Code because we won't be needing that Tailwind guide anymore, close all of our files, and open up the package.json. This is where all of our packages are going to be installed. We can go to View, and then Terminal, and finally, we can install all of the necessary dependencies. We can install all the necessary packages by typing npm install, and then we can start listing them out. The first one is going to be add sanity /client, and the second one, add sanity /image-url. We'll use these packages to connect to the Sanity backend. Then we're gonna need react-google-login. This package is going to provide us Google Authentication. Then we're going to need react-icons, also react-loader-spinner, also react-masonry-css. This package is going to allow us to create that nice grid of all of the images flowing down one next to another. And finally, we need react-router-dom. This package is going to allow us to, of course, have different routes on our project. And in this project, we'll be using the newest 6 or higher version. So don't worry, you won't have to change it like in most other projects because we're using their newest version of the package. And then we're going to also install UUID, which is going to allow us to create unique identifiers. And that's going to be it. Let's go ahead and press enter, wait about a minute, and all of our packages are going to be installed. Looks like I had a small typo. This here is supposed to be Sanity. I hope you got that right, but anyway, I wanted to point that mistake to you. So right now we can again run this, and hopefully in a minute, all of our packages are going to be installed. And there we go. As you can see, all of the packages have been added to our package.json. And with that said, we're finally ready to start our front end. And we can do that by running npm start. Again, when you're installing all of the packages, make sure that you're in the frontend part of our project, Share Me Frontend. Only install the frontend packages there and only run the application if your terminal is based in that folder. So if you open up a new terminal, you'll have to cd into Share Me, and then that's going to be frontend like this. Great, I hope that makes sense. I'm going to close this right now and let's see our application in action. And there you go. As you can see, hello world, it's capitalized and underlined and in a different font, which definitely means that Tailwind CSS has been installed successfully. And since we're seeing this, it also means that we set up the base of our project successfully. Now we are ready to start coding out all of the other components and all the logic for our entire project. Let's go ahead and get started. Let's start off by wrapping our entire application into a React router. We can do that by importing right here inside of the index.js something known as a browser router as router, and that's coming from react-router-dom. Then we can simply wrap our app with it, like here. That's going to be router. And then we just put our application straight inside of it. There we go. Of course, let's space this out correctly and put a comma right here. There we go. Our application just became multi-page. But to implement those pages, we can go inside of our app.js, and inside of there, let's go ahead and import a few things. We're gonna import routes, also route, and use navigate. And these things are coming from react-router-dom as well. So for now, instead of this h1, we're simply going to render the routes. Before, this was a switch component, but react-router-dom decided to rename it. And then inside of there, we can have two different routes, which are self-closing components. The first route is going to have the path equal to login, and it's going to render an element like this. Element is equal to a self-closing login component. Of course, we haven't yet created this component, but we're going to create it soon. And now we can duplicate this line. The second route is going to be /everything. So basically, everything else that happens here is going to go to our home component. Of course, now that we have those components here, we have to actually create them. So let's go ahead and create a components folder. And we're also going to have a container folder. So let's go ahead and create that container. And a container folder is essentially the same as a components folder, but inside of the components, we're going to have smaller functional components. And inside of the containers, we're going to have larger components, such as home, that use multiple components inside of them. So our login is going to be a component. So we can create it right here, login.jsx. And let's go ahead and use the rafce command to quickly create a functional component that's simply going to say login. Now that we have our login, let's also create a new container component, which is going to be home.jsx. That's also going to be an rafce that's simply going to say home. Now back inside of our app.js, if our Visual Studio Code is smart enough, you can simply double click the component and simply press Ctrl space, and it should import it straight for you. That's a new thing that I learned. Maybe they added it recently, but it's extremely useful. And we can repeat the process for our home. That's just Ctrl click and then press right here. If that didn't work for you, no worries at all. You can just manually type import login from /components/login and import home from /container/home. And with that done, we should have two different routes. Let's go ahead and check it out. And looks like we have an error. And the error is that I accidentally put the components folder and the container folder outside of the source folder. So you can simply move them inside of the source folder. My bad. Let's go ahead and save it and test it out one more time. And there we go. As you can see, we have a home component right here. And if we go to /login, you can see that we have a login component. Of course, right now, these are just pieces of text, but we're going to implement entire pages and entire functionalities inside of these two components. Great. Let's move straight to our login functionality. As soon as we implement the login, we'll be able to log in and get to our homepage to show all of the different pins. So, login first. Inside of our login component, we can first import a few packages. Let's go ahead and import Google Login, and that's going to be imported from react-google-login. Then we can also import use navigate inside of curly braces, and that's coming from react-router-dom. Let's also import in curly braces again FC Google, and that's coming from react-icons/FC. This is going to be just a Google logo. And now we're going to need a few assets, things like images and logos. Let me show you exactly what I mean. Throughout our entire process of building this application, before we start building some features, I'm going to show you how a finished version of that feature looks like. So right now, we're going to focus on building this login page. So of course, we need this nice background video, as well as the logo of our project. So the video background and all of the logos and images we're going to use throughout this video are going to be down in the description. You can find a folder that's going to say assets, so simply go ahead and download it. I'm going to show you how to put it right here as well. So make sure to download the assets folder, and then the only thing you have to do is copy it and paste it straight here inside of the source. There we go. As soon as you do that, you can immediately see that the only things that are in here are the logo PNG, as well as the logo white PNG, and the share video, which is our background video. Great. So now we can go back to the login, and let's go ahead and import those assets. We can import the video by saying import share video from /assets/ and that's going to be share.mp4. We can also import the logo by saying import logo from /assets/logo white.png. And that's going to be all that we need for now. Now that we have all the imports, let's go ahead and put the editor side by side by the browser so that we can see the changes we write live in the browser. And there we go. I've put our browser side by side, and I'm currently on the /login page. Let's go ahead and close all of the other files as well so that we have a clean working environment. So inside of our login, we're going to have a div that's going to have a class name equal to flex justify-start items-center and flex-call and also h-screen. All of these are Tailwind CSS properties. So if some of these properties don't necessarily make sense to you, definitely make sure to go to the Tailwind documentation and simply search for that specific property. I've opened up the Tailwind documentation, and for example, let's search for h-screen. The only thing you have to do is press this magnifying glass icon, paste it, and go ahead and click the first link. And there you'll immediately get the explanation. Use h-screen to make an element span the entire height of the viewport. Great. Again, you can do this for every single property that you don't necessarily understand or know already. Now, inside of that div, let's go ahead and create another div like this. And this div is also going to have a class name. And the class name is going to be relative, w-full, and h-full, which stands for full width and full height. And inside of there, we're going to create a video component. This video is going to be a self-closing component, and I spread it into multiple rows because we're going to have quite a few properties. First, we need to have a source, and the source is going to be share video. As soon as you save that, you can notice that the video appeared right here. But we need to add some other properties to make it play. Let's say type is equal to video/mp4. And let's also set it to loop. So by default, it's always going to loop as soon as it ends. We can also set the controls to be equal to false. And we can also make it muted because we don't need any sound. And the most important thing is let's make it autoplay. That way, it's going to start playing as soon as it loads. Finally, we can give it a class name equal to w full and also h full and finally object-cover. As soon as you do that, you can notice that this video now takes the entirety of the screen, no matter how tall or how wide it is. Great. Now, just below that video, we're going to have another div, and that div is going to have a class name set to absolute, flex-column, justify-center, items-center, top-0, right-0. Just for good measure, we're also going to add left-0 and bottom-0. So we're basically positioning a div absolutely on top of our current div. And finally, we're going to give it a BG black overlay like this, and we can save that. As you can see, this provided a dark overlay over our current video. Now, inside of that div, let's go ahead and create another div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to p-5, which is just going to provide it some padding. Then we can create a self-closing image tag in there and create a source with the logo. And let's also give it a width equal to 130 pixels. And let's give it an alt that's going to say logo. There we go. Now we can see our Share Me logo at the center. And just below that, we need to create our Google login. So below this div, let's go ahead and create another div. This div is going to have a class name equal to shadow-2xl. And inside of there, we're going to call our Google login component as a self-closing component. But again, I'm going to spread it into multiple rows because it's going to have quite a few properties. We're going to have a client ID property, but for now, let's leave that empty because we need to get that client ID from Google Authentication. Then we're also going to have a render property, which is going to accept the callback function like this. And that callback function is instantly going to return something. So just put parentheses right here. And it's going to get render props as its first parameter. The only thing we want to render is going to be a button. That button is going to have a few properties. First of all, it's going to have a type is equal to button. Then it's going to have a class name equal to bg-main color. And just so we can instantly see something inside of there, put the FC icon, FC Google, which is going to be a self-closing icon. And we can give it a class name that's going to say margin right or MR4. And just next to it, we can say sign in with Google. Now, if we save this, we should be able to see that button. There we go. But as you can see, it doesn't look that good right away, so we have to provide some more Tailwind CSS classes. With the BG main color, we can also make it flex. We can give it a justify-center property to center it. Then we can also set the items-center, provide it with a padding 3. Okay, that already looks so much better. Let's also give it a rounded large like this. And then let's make it cursor -pointer. And finally, outline -none. And this is already more like it. It looks like a real Google sign-in button. Great. Now our button also has to have an onClick property, which is going to be equal to render props .onClick. This is coming straight from render props, which is coming from the Google login package. And we also need to have a disabled property saying disabled is equal to render props.disabled. The button is going to be disabled if, of course, we cannot click it for whatever reason. But again, that logic is handled for us through the Google login plugin. Below our render prop, so right here, we also have to have the onSuccess handler, which is simply going to be response Google. This is the function that we are yet to create. And we can duplicate this, and we're going to call the same function on failure. There we go. And finally, we can have a cookie policy, and that's going to be equal to single host origin. Great. Now, as you can see, we of course have an error saying that the response Google function doesn't exist. So let's go ahead and add it at the top of our functional component by saying const response Google is going to be equal to, in here, we're going to get the response from Google. And in here, we can do whatever we need to do with that specific function. But of course, to be able to get anything, we first have to get our client ID from Google, because right now, this is of course not going to work without it. So let's go ahead and retrieve this client ID. To get your own client ID, you can click the link down in the description, or you can just type it in the URL. That's going to be console.cloud.google.com. Through this platform, you can go ahead and create a new project at the top. As you can see, Travel Advisor was one of the older projects I've made, as well as the YouTube API one. But now let's go ahead and create a new project. The project name is of course going to be Share Me, but of course feel free to call it however you want, and we can simply go ahead and create it. In a few moments, the project has been created, so let's go ahead and switch to it, and then we can open up the navigation menu, and we can go to APIs and Services. More specifically, we can go to the Credentials tab. Inside of here, the only thing you have to do is click Create Credentials, and then OAuth Client ID. As soon as you do that, you'll have to configure a consent screen. This is going to be an external application, meaning available to any test user with a Google account. And right here, we just have to provide some information about the app. I'm going to say that's going to be a Share Me platform. We need to provide an email. In this case, I'm going to use my JavaScript Mastery email. The logo, I don't think we have to provide. When it comes to authorized domains, we can leave that empty for now. And finally, we need to enter a developer contact information. In this case, I'm going to go with JavaScript Mastery, and you can enter your own email, of course. With that said, we should be ready to save and continue. Regarding scopes, I'm simply going to leave that empty for now, and we don't need any test users. That's it. Let's go ahead and go back to the dashboard. Back on the OAuth consent screen, we can go ahead and publish the app and click confirm. There we go, and let's try to go to credentials, and it still didn't show up here. So let's go ahead and click create credentials one more time, go to OAuth client ID. Now we can choose web application here. To add our origin, we can click this button and simply type http://localhost:3000. Great. And finally, we can click create. And there we go. As you can see, now we have our client secret and our client ID. We can take those values and then simply put them in our environment variables. If you haven't used envs before, the only thing you have to do is create a new file in the root of our frontend directory. So that's going to be in here, share me frontend, and we can create a .env file. Inside of there, we can do something like react_app_google_API_token. And right there, we can simply paste this API token. In this case, I don't think we're going to need a secret at all, so this is going to be more than enough. So we can go back to our login, and right here, we can retrieve that client ID value. We can open a dynamic block of code and simply say process.env dot, and then that's going to be react_app_google_API_token. And this value is going to populate the client ID straight in. For envs to take effect, we have to restart our application. So simply open up the terminal, press Ctrl+C and then Y, and then simply run npm start one more time. As soon as the app opens up, we can go to /login one more time, and we can open up the console. I'm going to put my console to the bottom of the browser, just so we can see it more clearly. And let's go ahead and try to console log the response we're getting back. So that's going to be console.log and response. Finally, let's try clicking sign in with Google. And a pop-up window appeared. Of course, for you, this is already going to be pre-populated with all the Google accounts you have access to. So just go ahead and click one of them. As soon as you did that, you can notice that you got a console log message containing all of our information to our Google account. We have the access token, Google ID, profile object, token ID, and the token object itself. So now let's go ahead and make use of this information. We can do that by first setting up our profile object to local storage. So right here, instead of console logging the response, we can say local storage dot set item user is going to be json.stringify, and in there we can pass response.profile object or profile obj as they say right here. Just below that, we can destructure some of the properties from that response object by saying const. We want to get the name, also the Google ID, and finally the image URL, and all of this is coming from or is equal to response.profile obj. Great. Now the question is, what do we want to do with these values beside setting them to the local storage? And the answer is, we want to create a new Sanity document for the user, and that user is going to be saved to the database. So let's go ahead and form the fields for that specific document. We can do that by saying const doc is equal to an object where the underscore ID is equal to Google ID, the underscore type is equal to user, then the username is equal to name, and finally the image is equal to image URL. This document here contains the fields that we have specified for our Sanity user schema. We can do that if we go to Share Me Backend, Schemas, and then User. Right here, you can notice that the name of the schema is user, the type is a document, and the only thing it has is going to be the username and the image. The same thing we're passing here. You can notice that it also has some underscore properties like underscore ID or underscore types. This is just used for Sanity to know which document are we creating, and in this case, it's the user. So now how can we actually connect the frontend to Sanity to populate the database we've created just a few minutes ago? To do that, I'm going to expand this piece of code because we won't be seeing the results of our JSX anytime soon. We first have to create the logic to connect to our Sanity. And we can do that by creating a new file inside of our source folder. We can call it client.js. This is the file for our Sanity client side. In here, we can import, that's going to be Sanity client, and that's coming from add sanity/client. And we can also import image URL builder from add sanity, and that's going to be image URL. Just below that, we can say export const client, and that's going to be equal to sanity client. And right here, we have to provide it with an object. So we call it as a function and immediately provide an object inside of it. So we need to have a few things. The first thing is going to be a project ID. For now, I'm going to leave it as an empty string. Then we have to have a data set, which is right now going to be production. Then we also have to have the version of the API. In this case, I'm going to say API version is equal to 2021, and that's going to be 11.16. Finally, we can decide if we want to use the CDN for our application, and this is going to allow us to more quickly show the images to people around the world. So we can say true. And also we have to provide the token, which I'm going to leave as an empty string for now. Finally, we can also create a builder, so const builder for our images, and that's going to be image URL builder, and we simply need to pass in the client. And finally, we can also export the URL for, which is going to be a utility function we're going to use. We're going to get the source as a parameter, and finally call the builder.image, and then pass in the source. The reason why I'm not explaining this in detail is because you can find it in their documentation, and this is something that they're going to use only if you work with images, as we do in this case. But again, this is not any special logic I wrote. This is something you can easily find on Sanity's documentation. So of course, our next step is to gather the project ID and the token for our project. And I think we can do that if we open up our terminal. We can go ahead and add a new terminal. We can cd into share me backend, and we can run Sanity manage. This is going to open up the Sanity Studio. And right inside of here, we can immediately find our project ID. So let's go ahead and copy it. And we're not going to paste it straight here because we care about security. So we're going to add it to our .env. Inside of our .env, we can simply create a react underscore app underscore sanity underscore project underscore ID. And that's going to be equal to our project ID. But then we also have to find our token. And to find the token, I had to zoom this out a bit and go to API. And finally, you can go under tokens. Right here, you can add an API token. The name can be something like React-token, and we can provide Deploy Studio access. Let's save it. And there we go. You can find the token. Let's go ahead and copy it. And we can also paste it to our environment variables right here. That's going to be React App Sanity and token like this, all uppercase. And we can simply paste it right here. Great. Now that we have all of these values, we of course have to add them right here from environment variables by saying process.env.react underscore app underscore sanity underscore project underscore ID. We can go ahead and copy that thing and paste it to the token as well, but it's not going to be project ID, it's going to be just token. We can close our second terminal and we can again restart this one because we changed environment variables. So let's go ahead and simply press npm start. There we go. We can go ahead and close most of these files. So we're left only with the localhost 3000/login. So now that we have our client back in login, we have to do something with this document. So of course, it would make sense to actually import that client right here. So import client from /client. And now that we have the document, we can simply say client dot and create if not exist. This is extremely useful. It's only going to create new documents if it doesn't already exist in the database. We provide in the document, and then we can provide a .then function. Essentially, we can specify what's gonna happen after we create a new user. And then we want to use the React router DOM navigation. First, we have to call it as a hook right here. Const navigate is equal to use navigate. And then right here, the only thing we have to do is say navigate, call that as a function. And the first parameter is just going to be a string to /. And the second parameter is going to be replace is equal to true. There we go. Now, if our response Google is successful, we should get redirected back to our localhost 3000 and our user should be created in Sanity's dashboard. Let's go ahead and check it out. Right here, I'm going to click sign in with Google. The pop-up appeared on my other screen and I'm simply going to choose my Google account. There we go. I clicked it, but nothing seemed to happen. So let's go ahead and inspect and see if there's something in the console. We can see that there are 3 errors here. More precisely, we can see that our request has been blocked by course policy. This is a really often happening error in React whenever you try to call some APIs. So let's go ahead and check why is this happening. The solution to this problem is most likely going to be in Sanity's Manager. So let's go ahead and go back to Sanity's Manager platform. Of course, you could go back to your backend terminal and then simply type Sanity Manage. But I want to show you a cool Chrome trick that you can do. Simply hold Ctrl, Shift, and then press T. This is going to open up the last tab you have opened. And we definitely did have this open just a few minutes ago, so just press Ctrl Shift T a few times and you should get to this specific page, API Tokens. But again, if that doesn't work, definitely make sure to go to your backend terminal right here, cd into share me backend, and then press Sanity Manage. Once you get to this page, just add a course origin right here, and that's going to be http://localhost 3000. And we're going to also allow credentials. Let's go ahead and click save. There we go, requests from localhost 3000 have been enabled. Let's go back to our application and let's try pressing sign in with Google one more time. Even though you cannot see it right now, the pop-up appeared for me and I'm going to log in with my Google account. And this is good. This time we didn't get a course error, but we get a post error. It seems like our token doesn't have the right permissions. It says here, insufficient permissions. You need permissions to create documents. So let's go back to our Sanity Studio and let's go back to our API overview. We can go to /API and then to tokens. It looks like we didn't provide the right permissions for this token. So let's go ahead and create a new API token. In this case, we can call it simply React. And in this case, we need to provide read and write access to all datasets and not only deploy Studio. So we have to provide the editor permissions. Let's save that. And now we have this write token. So the only thing you have to do is copy this token one more time, go back to process.env or just the env, and simply paste this token right here to override the previous one. As soon as you do that, you can simply open up the terminal, go to the front-end part, press Ctrl+C to stop it from running, and then simply run it again by pressing npm start. That's going to open up our localhost 3000 /login, but now our Sanity token has the right permissions. Let's go ahead and try to sign in for potentially one last time. Again, the pop-up appeared and I'm going to log in with my own Google account. And there we go. We were redirected to localhost 3000, which means that the login has been successful. The last thing we can do to make sure that everything has been done 100% correctly is check out our Sanity database. To do that, we can go back to our terminal, create a new terminal, cd into share me backend, and then remember, we have to run one of the commands we ran at the start of this entire video. Let's go ahead and clear our terminal first. And that command is going to be sanity start. There we go. Content Studio successfully compiled. Let's go to localhost 3033. And would you look at that? This was the mock user we created, but JavaScript Mastery right here is the real user that has been created using Google Authentication. That means that we successfully not only enabled Google Auth, but also successfully created Sanity's entire backend system and the database, and successfully connected the Sanity to the client side as well. This is phenomenal. Now, it might be a good idea to keep this running as well, because from time to time, we will have to check what do we currently have in the database. So let's leave this running, just move to our front-end side and hide the terminal altogether. We're gonna leave this Sanity desk right here. We can also leave the Sanity manager right here, but the most important part is our localhost application. So now that we know that everything has been successfully connected and that our login page is completely done, we can finally focus on implementing our homepage. Let's go ahead and do that right away. To implement our homepage, we can of course go back to our code and let's go ahead and close everything besides the home container. Inside of the home container, we first have to import a few things because this is going to be a large container or a component. Let's go ahead and import the use state hook, as well as the use ref hook, and finally use effect hook. These are three most important hooks in React. Then we're also going to import a few icons by saying import hi menu like this, and that's coming from react-icons /hi. And then we're also going to import AI fill close circle. That's another icon coming from react-icons /AI. And then we're going to import three things from React Router DOM, and these are link, route, and routes. And that's coming from React Router DOM. we're going to also need two components that we're going to create on our own. So you can right-click the components folder and create a new file called sidebar.jsx. And inside of there, simply run rafce and say sidebar. Now we can repeat the process for the user profile component as well by simply right-clicking components, creating a new file called user profile.jsx. And inside of there, also run rafce and simply say user profile. Now inside of the home component, we can simply import them by saying import sidebar from /components/sidebar. You can duplicate that line, and then we can simply get the user profile as well. But now imagine if you have to import all of the components in multiple lines, like we're doing right now. That would take tens and tens of lines. But there is a simpler and more elegant solution. What you can do is create one single index.js file inside of the components folder. There you can say export, in curly braces, default as, and then you can provide the name of the component, for example, sidebar, and that's coming from that/sidebar, and that's it. Now you can duplicate this line, repeat the process for every single component in the components folder, like login, and also do the same thing for user profile. Finally, in the home, the only thing you need to do now is import all of the components in one line by saying import in curly braces, that's going to be sidebar and user profile coming from straight from components. Great. This looks more convenient and more elegant. And if you have a lot of imports in a single file, this is definitely going to make it more readable. With that said, in this home file, we're going to also need the client, the same client we imported before in the login. So this is going to be import client from /client. We're going to also need the logo, so we can say import logo from /assets/logo.png. And we'll also need that second bigger component, which is coming from the containers. So right inside of the container, we can create a new file called pins.jsx. This is going to be our main view where we're going to display all of the images. This is again going to be a component, so we can run rafce and simply for now display pins. Now we can go back to the home and we can simply import. That's going to be pins, not in curly braces, and this is coming from /pins because we are in that same directory with the home as well. Great, this is going to be all that we need for now. Now let's start creating the JSX of our home component. To be able to more clearly see what we're doing, I'm going to collapse this just a bit so that we can see our browser side by side. There we go. Let's start creating our homepage, the main part of our application. Our div is going to have a class name equal to flex container. It's going to have a BG gray 50. If we save that, you might notice just a slight gray color. Then on medium devices, and we can do that by saying md colon, it's going to be flex-row, and on not medium devices, it's going to be flex-column. It's going to take the full height of the screen, and it's going to have a transition -height, and duration is going to be 75. And the animation type is going to be ease out. So that's going to be just a slight animation as our div loads. Of course, we cannot see that right away, but we'll be able to see it soon. Then we're going to have one more div right here. And this div is going to have a class name equal to hidden. And then on medium devices, it's going to have flex, and it's going to be height screen, meaning it's going to take the full height of the screen, and flex is going to be set to flex-initial. It's important to understand these first two properties. This means that on all display types, the display is going to be set to hidden, but on medium devices, it's going to be visible and set to flex. That's because we're going to have two different sidebars, one for mobile devices and one for all the other devices. Inside of here, we're simply going to render our sidebar as a self-closing component. And you can see it's right here. Then, just below that, we can render another div. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex, md, hidden, So you can see it's the other way around here. Usually it's flex, and then on medium devices, it is hidden. And then finally, we can say flex-row. Inside of here, we're going to render out the icon, which is going to be HI menu. It's a self-closing icon, and it's going to have a font size equal to 40. It's also going to have a class name equal to cursor dash pointer. And on click, we want to call a function, more specifically a callback function, that's simply going to set toggle sidebar to be set to false. Of course, this is a state field that we haven't yet created. So let's go ahead and go to the top of our component and simply start typing use state, and then click this helper right here. That's going to create a state. And without typing anywhere with your mouse, start typing the name of your state. That's going to be toggle sidebar. Now press tab, and then in here, you can immediately set the default value, which is going to be set to false. This definitely speeds up my workflow. Now that we have this icon, we're going to have two different links just below that. Our link is not going to be a self-closing tag. It's going to have a to property, and it's going to point to just /. Inside of here, we want to render out the image, and that image is a self-closing tag with a source equal to logo. It's also going to have an alt tag equal to logo, and it's going to have a class name equal to W28. This is going to set up the width. And right now, we can only see this sidebar. But if we decrease the width of this a bit, then you can notice that we have our menu button and we have our logo. So let's go ahead and increase the width of our code editor like this. And now we can continue with this specific sidebar. Below this link, we're going to have one more width, so we can basically duplicate it. And this one is going to point to, and that's going to be a dynamic block of code with a string user dash profile / and then user $ID. As you can see, we don't know who this user is, but we can pull it straight from the local storage. So right here, we can say const user info is equal to, and that's going to be local storage dot get item. Remember, we already set the item when we logged in, and we're going to get the item equal to user. But then we have to check if that item is not equal to undefined, like this, because sometimes we won't have the access to the user. So if it's not equal to undefined, then we can use the json.parse to parse that item from local storage. So that's going to be local storage.getItem user. And then else, if we don't have the user, in that case, we're simply going to set that to be local storage dot, and we want to clear it because that means that something didn't went well. Maybe our user token expired. So you can see that we named this user info and not user. So how are we actually going to get the user? Well, we're going to get it from Sanity rather than relying on local storage. So let's create a use effect right here. Again, you can use this helper right here, use effect. We're going to clear everything from in there, and this is going to be a component did mount, meaning the dependency array is going to be set to an empty array. Inside of here, we want to write a Sanity query. So let's go ahead and create a new file, or more specifically, a new folder inside of the source folder called utils. This stands for utility functions, meaning functions that we're going to use across our entire code base, but we want to keep them in one specific place. And then we can create a new file called data.js because we'll be fetching Sanity data from this specific file. Inside of here, we can create that query to get the user. So we can say export const user query is equal to a function, and that function is going to accept a user ID. Now inside of there, we need to write that query. So we can say const query is equal to a template string. Now bear with me. That's going to be asterisk, array sign, and then underscore type is going to be equal to user, like this. And also underscore ID has to be equal to user ID. And this user ID is going to be in string signs. There we go. This is our Sanity query. As you can see, it is a specific syntax, but it doesn't look that hard. We're basically saying, try to get me a document of type equal to user and underscore ID is equal to user ID. And finally, from here, we can return that query. Now we can go back to our home JSX and we can import that user query at the top by saying import. In curly braces, that's going to be user query coming from /utils/data. And then the only thing we have to do is say const query is equal to user query, and we have to provide the user info $Google ID. We're going to query our user like that. And then we can use our Sanity client to say client.fetch. We want to fetch by this specific query, and we can do a .then. Once we get the user, that user is actually going to be as a first parameter in our data, and then we simply want to set it to the state, set user is equal to data, and then 0. This is only going to get one specific user. You can also notice that this set user is going to be a state field. So right here, we can say use state. Again, use this helper right here and call that user, set user, and at the start, it's going to be set to null. Great. Now we're back to our JSX, where now we actually have this user ID. That's great. But our image is not going to be our logo. This time, our image is going to be user ?image. Take a look at that. Now we also have the access to the logo or the profile image of our Google account. That's great. We're pulling all of that data straight from Sanity's database. Now below this div, we want to check if we're currently toggling the sidebar. So we can say if toggle sidebar end, meaning if it's currently turned on. In that case, we want to show something. We're going to show a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to fixed. It's also going to have a width dash 4 divided by 5, meaning it's going to take 4/5 of the space. It's going to have a bg dash white. Also, it's going to take the full height of the screen, and we're going to set the overflow dash y dash auto. We can also provide some shadows by saying shadow dash md, and also set the z index to be equal to 10. And finally, we can animate dash slide dash in. So we can easily, just like that, provide slide in animations. Inside of there, we want to render another div, and this div is going to have a class name set to absolute. Then it's going to have a full width. It's going to be flex, justify dash end, and also items dash center and padding or p dash 2. Inside of there, we simply want to show an icon, and that's going to be AI fill close circle, a self-closing tag, where the font size is going to be equal to 30 pixels, and also class name is going to be set to cursor dash pointer. In here, we also want to use the on click, and we're going to call a callback function straight from here, and that callback function is going to set the toggle sidebar to be equal to false. But the previous call to this function, just above on our hi menu, is going to be set to true. We need to be able to close it and then open it up again. And finally, just below this div containing this icon, we can render our sidebar once again. This is going to be our desktop sidebar, and this here is going to be our mobile sidebar. Later on, we're going to use quite a few properties in our sidebar, so let's go ahead and pass them straight away. Both of our sidebars will need to have the user property. So let's simply create a prop called user. By the way, I was holding the Alt key and pressed right here on line 45 and line 29. So now whatever I do, I'm doing it at both places in the same time. So we're going to say if user exists, then simply send the user. That is what this syntax does. If the user exists, then pass the user, else simply pass false. And for our second sidebar, our desktop sidebar, we also need to provide the close toggle, which is going to be set to set toggle sidebar. Great. Now let's save this and check it out. If I click right here, you can see that the sidebar slowly animates in. There we go. And we created this animation just by writing one single line, or not even a line, a few characters. Animate, slide in. And take a look. There we go. It animates straight in. Of course, it's quite empty right now because the sidebar is just that, a sidebar component with just a single div that says sidebar. But soon enough, we're going to implement that as well. For now, let's continue with our home component. So we can go back to the home and let's see what else do we need to add just below our toggle sidebar div. Just below our toggle sidebar, we're going to have one more div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to padding bottom or PB2, flex-1, h-screen for full height, overflow-y-scroll to be able to scroll. And finally, it's going to have a ref equal to scroll ref. Of course, this ref doesn't exist yet, so let's go ahead and create it. We can do that by saying const scroll ref is equal to use ref hook, and at the start, we're going to simply provide null. Let's put this user info just below because we want to have all the hooks in the one place. Then below this use effect, we're going to create one more use effect. And inside of here, the only thing we're going to do, it's also going to be a did mount use effect. We're simply going to set the scroll ref dot current dot scroll to, and we want to scroll to 0, 0. So at the start, we need to set up our scroll to be at the top of our page. Now inside of there, we're going to have our routes from React Router DOM. And inside of there, we're going to have two different routes. Each route is going to be a self-closing component like this. And the first one is going to have a path equal to /user-profile and user ID. But in here, we need to have a / user ID. That means that this here is going to be dynamic. And then we can render an element, which is going to be a user profile component, but we have to call it as that. User profile is a self-closing component. And finally, we can duplicate this line below. And if we go to just / and then anything else, we're going to render the element called pins. And that is our pins container. Inside of that pins container, we have to provide the user, but only if the user exists. So we're going to say user and end user. Great. With that said, now we have those two routes right here. I've just noticed that I've completely missed one div just below this div right here. So let's go ahead and add it straight away. Right below flex MD hidden div, we need to create one more div inside of it. That div is going to have a class name equal to p-2, also with-full, flex-row, justify-between, items-center, and shadow-md. Now inside of that div, we're going to have to put our icon and our two links. So let's just shift them together. And our toggle sidebar needs to go above our current div right here below that newly created div. Take a good look at this, make sure it's all right. We have one div, flex MD hidden. Inside of it, we have a p2w full div with the icon and two links. We close that div there, we call the toggle sidebar, and then we close this upper div as well. And then below that div, we have a div that contains the routes with two different routes. Considering that I could have made some changes that might have been hard to follow right now, I'm going to leave the entire code for this entire file down below in a GitHub gist. Just find it under gists and then home.jsx. But again, I hope you got all of this all right. With that said, take a look at our glorious Navbar right now. This is our mobile Navbar with the JavaScript Mastery logo on the right side or your own Google logo, the Share Me application logo at the center, and on the left side, we have a hamburger icon that's going to open up the sidebar. Now let's try expanding our code right here. And if we expand it, you can only see the words sidebar and pins. but the only reason for that is that we haven't yet actually implemented neither the sidebar or the pins. So that might be a good next step to take. Let's go ahead and implement the sidebar because we need it both for our desktop view and also for our mobile view. To implement the sidebar, we can of course go to the sidebar component. You can just control and then click it and it will transport you straight to there. Inside of our sidebar component, we can of course import a few things. We're going to import the nav link as well as the link from, you guessed it, React Router DOM. We're going to also need a few icons. So let's get the RI home fill. That's coming from react-icons/RI. Then let's also get the IO, iOS, arrow, and then forward. This is coming from react-icons/IO. Let's also get the logo. So we can say import logo from, that's going to be /assets and then /logo.png. And then we already know that our sidebar accepts two different properties, the user prop and the close toggle prop. Remember, we were passing these when we called the sidebar component from our home component right here. So we're definitely going to make use of them. So let's start by styling this div and providing it a class name equal to flex-column, justify-between, and let's also give it a background white, h-full, overflow-y-scroll, min-w-210, which stands for min width, and then hide-scroll bar. Now, if we save that, we won't be able to see anything yet, but let's go ahead and provide the inner div. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex and flex-column. Inside of there, we're going to have one link like this. That link is not going to be a self-closing tag. It's going to point to, and that's going to be /. We're going to also give it a class name equal to flex, padding x-5, gap-2, margin y-6, padding top-1, width is going to be 190 pixels, and items-center. And inside of there, we can simply render our image with the source equal to logo. Also, the alt is going to be logo. And finally, we want to give it the class name, which is going to be width-full. Okay, there we go. Of course, we have to close this string right here. And we have to add an on-click to this specific link. So let's say on-click. And on-click, we want to call the function called handle close sidebar, like this. And we can declare that function right here. Const handle close sidebar is equal to an arrow function. And there we simply want to check if close toggle is not equal to undefined. This can simply be written as if close toggle exists. In that case, simply call close toggle, and that's going to be false. The reason why we're doing this is because in home, in here, we are passing the set toggle sidebar as close toggle, and here we're not. So we only want to be able to call this function if close toggle exists. Great. As you can see, that added this logo right here. Now let's go ahead and add a div just below that logo. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-col, and gap-5. Inside of there, we want to have a few navigation links. So right here, let's create a nav link. That nav link is going to have a to property, same as the link did, just to /, and it's going to have a class name. Now for the class name, we want to use a dynamic block of code because we want to check if it is active or is it not active. So if this specific nav link is active, then we can create a callback function and we can destructure the isActive property straight from here. This is something given to us by React Router DOM as soon as we use the nav link component. And right here, we can say if is active In that case, we want to render the is active style, else we want to render is not active style. So this is simply going to be a string of styles that we're going to create on our own. We can do that just above right here by saying const is not active style, and then that's going to be equal to a string. And now bear with me. That's going to be flex items dash center px, which is padding x on horizontal axis 5, gap dash 3, text dash gray dash 500. On hover, we want to have a text dash black. We want to have a transition dash all. We want to set the duration of that transition to be 200, and the transition can be ease in, out, and we want to capitalize the text. So I know this is a long class list, but there we go. And now we can duplicate it, and it's going to be is active style, and we want to change a few things. Flex is going to stay the same for the item center, px5 gap 3, but now we're going to start by changing the text color. So we won't have text gray 500, rather, instead of that, we're going to have font dash extra bold, border dash r dash 2, border dash black, and then we can remove this hover right here, and we're going to leave in the transition. Great. So now if we save that, later on, as soon as we add the nav links, you're going to notice the difference between the active navigation link and the not active navigation link. For the first one, we can simply provide the link icon, RI, home, fill. And then just below that, we can say home. There we go. As you can see, this is our nav link, and it is currently active because we are on the / route. And the React router is smart enough to immediately know that by this route right here. Then below this nav link, we're going to have an h3, and this h3 is going to have a class name equal to margin top dash 2, px dash 5, text dash base, and also 2xl colon text dash xl. And inside of there, we're going to say discover categories. There we go. So now you can see this h3 as well. And now our next goal is to loop over the categories. Of course, later on, we're going to save those categories in Sanity's database. But for now, we can simply create a mock array of our categories. So let's say const categories, and that's going to be equal to an array. Each category is going to have a name and an image. So right here, let's just create the names for all of the categories. That's going to be name is equal to, let's say, animals. Then we can duplicate this. The second object name is going to be set to wallpapers. Then for the third one, let's do something like photography. For the fourth one, let's do gaming. And let's do coding for the last one. Great. Now our goal is to map over these categories just below this h3. Let's do categories dot slice, and we want to slice them from 0 and then to categories dot length -1, because later on the last category on our list is going to be other, and we don't want to have that other listed as a category. Once we slice them, we want to call a dot map on it. So dot map. In here, we're going to get an individual category, and we want to render a piece of JSX. So make sure to just use normal parentheses. For each of our categories, we want to render a nav link. That nav link is going to point to, and that's going to be a dynamic string that's going to go to /category / and then category dot name. To our above nav link, we forgot to add the onClick property, which is simply going to handle close sidebar. And now we can copy the class name and the onClick and also add it to this specific nav link, because they're all going to behave the same. We want to know if they're active or not, and we want to close the sidebar once we click something. But for this one, we also need to provide a key because we're looping over them. and the key can be category.name because they all need to be unique. And finally, inside of there, later on, we're going to render an image. But for now, since we just have the name of the category, let's simply render category.name. And there we go. As you can see, all of our categories appeared. And now if we click on one of them, like animals, you can see our sidebar closed. But now that is the selected nav link. That works perfectly. Also, the category in the URL changes. This is great. Of course, later on, for our real categories, we're also going to show the image of that category. If you go to share-me-sanity.netlify.app, you can see how this is going to look like at the end. That's great. But for now, let's continue developing our sidebar. Below, not this div, but one more div, right here, we want to check if the user exists. So we can do a dynamic block of code and say user and n, and only if it exists, then render this block of code. So if the user does exist, we're going to render a link. This link is going to have a to property, and it's going to go to a string of user-profile / and then user._ID. It's also going to have a class name. This class name is going to have a flex property, my5, mb3, gap-2. And before I start adding all the other properties, let me just add what's inside of the link so that you can more clearly see what these properties are doing. For now, I'm going to delete those. So our link is going to have an image. That image is going to be a self-closing tag, and it's going to have a source equal to user.image. Then it's going to have a class name equal to w-10, h-10, and also rounded-full. Of course, this has to be inside of our class names. And it's also going to have the alt tag equal to user-profile. Great. So right now we added that link, and you can see the small JavaScript Mastery logo on the bottom left. Let's also provide a paragraph right here, a p tag that's simply going to say user.username. Make sure the n here is capitalized. We can see JavaScript Mastery. So now, every time that I type one of the properties here, I'm going to press Ctrl S to save it, and you should see the changes live. So let me just move this a bit more to the left, and let me show you what I mean. First, we're going to make this flex, and you can see that immediately changed the positioning. I'm going to add margin Y, meaning on top and bottom, 5. There we go. And also margin bottom is going to be set to 3. Then we're going to add the gap is set to 2, and then also padding is set to 2. Let's also center the items by doing items.center. And finally, let's do bg-white, because later on we can color the sidebar gray. And let's do rounded-lg. Of course, we cannot see that yet, but let's provide a shadow-lg. There we go. Now we can see that shadow around the entire div, and this really stands out. And finally, let's provide the margin X, which is on left and right side, 3. There we go. So now you can see this nice paper right here, and it looks like a profile button that you can click to go to your profile. Great. This link is also going to have an on click. Is going to be set to handle close sidebar, because whenever we click a link on the sidebar, we want to go to the home page. We want to see what we clicked. And with that, our sidebar is done. The only thing that's not completely done are the real categories, which we're going to create later on. For now, we just have a few demo categories, but that's not really a problem because we can see how everything looks like. Let's also check how our sidebar looks like if we expand it to desktop, and there we go. Now you can see that we have this nice sidebar already opened. Looks great. We can switch between the items, and we are ready to start creating the pins, which are the main part of our application. So our pins container is going to be the next thing we can work on. To start with the pins, let's go ahead and close all of our currently open files just so we have a clean working environment. Then we can go to container and then pins. Inside of here, we can start by importing use state. And that use state is of course coming from React. Then we also want to import routes as well as the route. And this is coming from React Router DOM. Now, inside of here, we'll have to import a lot of different components that we are yet to create. So let's go ahead and create the components first, and then we can import them. First, let's create the navigation bar or a Navbar component. So that's going to be navbar.jsx, and again, that's going to be RAFCE, where we simply type navbar. Okay, so now we have a navbar. Let's also create a feed, our image feed. So that's going to be feed.jsx and also RAFCE, and inside of there, we're gonna say feed. Then we want to have a pin details page. So let's go ahead and create pin detail.jsx, and again, RAFCE, and inside of there, we say pin detail. We also need a create a pin page. So let's create a create like this, create pin component.jsx, also RAFCE, and create pin. And finally, we need a search component. So let's create a search.jsx. That's also going to be an RAFCE, where for now we can simply say search. Now, of course, we have to export all of our components from our index.js. Let's go ahead and copy this line 5 more times. And now we can start by renaming the first one to navbar. Then we're going to have feed. We also need to have pin detail like this. Of course, this is supposed to be pin detail. Then we're going to have create pin. And finally, we're going to have search. With that said, we can close all of these components, go back to pins, and now we can import them by saying import in curly braces, navbar, feed, pin detail, also create pin, and finally search. And all of this is coming from /components. Great. Now inside of our pins, we're going to have a search term state. So let's go ahead and create a search term. And at the start, it's going to be set to an empty string. Why are we creating this search term inside of the pins component and not inside of the search? Well, because we need to share it across multiple components. Our navigation bar is going to have access to the search as well as the search itself. So let's go ahead and start creating the JSX. Our div is going to have a class name, px2, as well as the md px5. Then inside of there, we want to have one more div, and this div is going to have a class name, bg-gray-50. Great. That's barely visible. And then inside of there, we're going to have a navigation bar component, just like this, as a self-closing tag. As I've mentioned, our navigation bar is going to have the access to search term as well as the set search term. So we're going to pass them as props right here. Then below this div, we're going to create one more div. This div is going to have a class name equal to h-full, which stands for full height. And we're going to provide different routes here, like this. Inside of the routes component, we're going to create multiple separate routes. Our first route is going to be path just /, and it's going to render the element called feed, which we need to render as a self-closing component. Now I'm going to duplicate this 4 more times. And now the second one is going to render if we go to category and then / category ID. So this is going to be when we go to a specific category. And then in that case, we also want to render the feed. So that's going to be the same. But if we go to something like, in this case, pin-detail and then / pin ID, in that case, as you can guess it, we're going to render the pin detail component. And to that pin detail, we're going to provide our user. User is equal to user. Now this user is coming through props to our pin container right here, because if you think about it, back in the home component, we are passing that user as a prop to our pins container. So we're getting the access straight here, and then we're passing it over to our pin detail. Now for the create pin, we can of course go to /create-pin, and inside of here, we're going to render create pin. Inside of there, we also need to pass the user is equal to user because we need to know who created a specific pin. And finally, if the user goes to /search, in that case, we want to render the search component and we want to pass a few things into it, a few things being search term and also set search term is equal to set search term. That way, we're sharing all of the necessary details or states through props to our search component, and they're going to be shared among Navbar and search. Great. So as you can see right here, right now you can see Navbar and then feed. But if we go to something like pin detail like this, then you can notice that now you can only see the Navbar. But if we go to pin detail /1, for example, you can see that we can actually see the pin detail. Same thing if I go to search, you can notice that now we can see the search component. So one thing that's going to be shared among all of these components is the Navbar. So let's go ahead and create the navigation bar component first, and then we can focus on each one of these individual routes. To create our navigation bar component, let's hold Control and then click on Navbar. We're going to be transferred right here, and we can import a few things from React Router DOM. These things being link and also the use navigate hook coming from React-Router-DOM. We're going to also import a few icons. These are going to be IO, MD, add, as well as the IO, MD, search. And these are coming from React-icons/IO. Now, inside of our navbar, we're getting search term, as well as the set search term, and also the user coming through as props. Inside of here at the top, we can initialize our navigate hook by saying const navigate is equal to use navigate. And this is the same as redirect in one of the previous versions of React Router DOM. So now that we can navigate and now that we have all of our search terms and user here, we only want to show the navigation bar if the user exists. So if there is no user, in that case, we want to return null. Else we want to show our navigation bar. So for our navigation bar, we're going to have a class name equal to flex, also a gap of 2. On medium devices, the gap is going to be 5, width is going to be full, margin top is going to be 5, and padding bottom is going to be 7. Now, if I save this, you won't be able to notice any changes right now, so we have to add a few more divs. Just inside of this div, I'm going to create one more div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to flex, also justify-start. It's also going to have items-center. We can give it a width-full, padding x2, rounded-medium, bg-white, border-none, and also outline-none. Let's also make it focusable, so we can say focus-within, and then shadow-small. So if we focus it, then it's going to have a shadow. Of course, this is still not noticeable because we have to add something to inside of that div. So right here, let's provide the IO MD, and then that's going to be search. So IO MD search, which is going to be a self-closing icon like this. Let's give it a font size equal to 21. And also let's give it a class name equal to margin left ML1. And we cannot see it yet, but let's go ahead and add our input as well. So our input is going to go just below our search. Right here, an input is going to be a self-closing tag, but it's going to have a lot of properties. The type is going to be set to text. On change, we simply want to call the set search term. So right here, we can provide a callback function where we get the event, and then we call set search term is equal to e.target.value, like this. Then we also want to give it a placeholder, and that's going to be equal to search. We also need to provide the value, and the value is going to be search term. And we can also do something if we focus. So we can say on focus is equal to, and then a callback function where we can say navigate and then /search. If we do this, then we're going to move from the basic feed to our search feed. And let's also give it a class name equal to p-2 width-full bg-white and outline-none. Great. Now we still cannot see this navigation bar at all. That must mean that the user doesn't exist. Let's try removing this check and see if that is really the case. And there we go. Now we can see our entire search in its full glory. It's possible that I made a bit of a pause from recording, and that's why I got logged out of my Google account. So let me just go quickly to log in and simply sign in one more time. There we go. I signed back in. And now if I bring this back, I still cannot see that. Let's see if we're passing the user properly to our navigation bar. So I'm going to look to all the places where I'm calling the navbar, and that's only here. So we indeed are not passing the user as a prop, and that's completely my mistake. We have to pass our user right inside of here. And as soon as we did that, you can now notice that the search is there. Great. So below our input and below the div containing that input, we can create another div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to flex and also gap-3. Now inside of there, we're going to have two different links. The first link is going to contain an image, and this image is going to simply have the user's image. So that's going to be user.image. We can have the alternative tag to something like user-image. And also we can set the class name equal to width-14, height-12, and rounded-lg. It looks like we don't need to mention the image here. It's just user because HTML already knows that. There we go. So let's try to reload the page. And it looks like that our app didn't load. Let's go ahead and open up the console. Right here inside of our console, we can notice that we have cannot read property path name, and that happened in the link. That's because we need to provide a to property right here. I hope that it's not going to throw an error right away, but it looks like it does. So I'm going to open up a dynamic block of code and enter user-profile/user?._id. There we go. And let's also give it a class name. And that class name is going to be equal to hidden and also md-block. As soon as we save that, you can now see that we have this search right here. And if I remove this mobile mode right here, you can also notice that there is the small JavaScript mastery logo at the top, and this is going to lead us to our profile. Now we want to add one more link, so I'm going to simply duplicate this. Instead of rendering the image to our profile, we can simply render the IOMD add icon like this, and this is going to lead simply to create bin. Create-bin. And let's also change the class name. The class name is going to be bg-black, text-white. Also, let's give it rounded-lg, width-12, height-12. You can see this is slowly starting to form on the top right corner. On medium devices, width-14, and on medium devices, let's also set the height to be equal to 12. Let's also give it a property flex, justify-center, and items-center. And as soon as we do that, you can notice that plus icon right at the top next to the JavaScript Mastery logo, or in your case, your user logo. Great. With that said, our navigation bar is now done. Right now, we're displaying a search bar as well as the icon to visit the profile page and an icon to create a new pin. Now we can start creating each one of the components below the navigation bar individually. The first component on our list is, of course, the feed component. So let's go ahead and create it right away. To create our feed component, we can of course control click the feed and start importing all of the necessary dependencies. From React, we're gonna need useState as well as the useEffect hooks. Then, just below that, we can also import useParams, which is coming from React-router-DOM. We're gonna use this to find out what are the currently passed in parameters. With that, we can find out what is the category that the person is currently looking at. Then we're going to import our client, and our client is coming from /client. This is our Sanity client we're talking about. Just below our client, we can import two new components. The first one is going to be called Masonry Layout. A weird name for a component, I know, but I'm going to explain what that means really soon. And this is coming from /masonry layout. Then just below that, we can import a spinner component for our loading, and that's going to be coming from spinner. Of course, we're getting an error because these components don't yet exist. So let's go ahead and create them. A new file called masonry layout.jsx, and that's going to be an REFCE where we can simply say masonry layout. And now we can repeat the process for our spinner.jsx, where we're simply going to create a React arrow function component containing the word spinner, at least for now. And now let me explain what masonry layout actually means. One search across Google Images is quickly going to give you the answer. This is how the masonry layout looks like. It's going to be a not so straight grid. A grid with items in rows and columns, but items don't have the same heights. That is a masonry layout, and it provides a nice natural view, especially for images. We can see that live on our example right here, especially if we expand this. As you can see, this image is not as tall as the other ones, and we can scroll through all of the images in our masonry grid. Great. Now that you know what a masonry grid is, we can go back and start implementing it. More specifically, let's first set up the loading state. So right here, we can say use state, and then use this helper right here, and call the state loading and set loading. At the start, that's of course going to be set to false. Inside of here, we can do if loading. In that case, we can simply return a spinner, which is a self-closing component, and right here, we can say something like a message, which is a prop, and we can simply say we are adding new ideas to your feed and an exclamation mark. Great. And the cool thing about this is that later on, once we actually go on a specific category like coding, we'll be able to say we are adding new coding ideas to your feed and so on. So we're going to make this dynamic, and that is the only reason why we're passing it through the props. So now let's set the loading to true just so we can test it out and implement the spinner. And let's go to the actual spinner. Inside of here, we're gonna import loader, which is coming from react-loader-spinner. We are of course getting a message through props right here. And inside of here, we can give this div a class name that's going to say flex-column or col, justify-center, items-center, width-full, and height or h-full. Then we can render a self-closing loader component right here, and we can give it a type is equal to circles. We can also give it a color, which is equal to 00BFFF. We can give it a height, which can be something like 50, and a width, which can be around 200. Finally, let's give it a class name, which is margin or M-5. And just below that spinner or loader, we can render a paragraph, which is going to have a class name equal to text-lg, text-center, and bx-2. And it's simply going to render out our message. Let's go ahead and save this, and then we can close this file and go back to our feed. Remember, right now we are on the search, but if you click share me, that's going to bring us back to our feed. And as you can see, we have these nice circles loading and saying we are adding new ideas to your feed. Great, our loader is now done. Of course, we're going to set that to false at the start, and we actually have to think about how are we going to fetch the posts, and then we're going to turn on and turn off the loading. To fetch the posts belonging to a specific category, or just to fetch all of the posts in general, we'll have to use Sanity's querying language to actually query those posts from our Sanity database. Let me show you what I mean. First, we have to create a use effect. And this use effect is going to be called at the start of our application, meaning on component did mount, but it's also going to be called anytime that our category changes. And how are we going to know if the category changed? Well, we can look at the URL. So right here, we can say const get the category ID in curly braces, and that's going to be equal to use params, and we call it as a hook. This is provided for us by React Router DOM. Now that we have that category ID, we can use it right here in the dependency array to recall our use effect every time that the category changes. So in our use effect, we're going to have an important if statement to make. If there is a category ID, meaning if we are searching for a specific category, then we want to do something. But if we're just on / or / feed, in that case, we want to search for all of the categories all together. So in that case, we can have this else right here. So as soon as we start searching for something, we can set the loading to be equal to true. And then remember what we were doing before. We have to set up a query. We were doing that when we were fetching a specific user. We can search for client.fetch, and then you'll be able to see where we used this specific syntax. You already wrote one Sanity query for fetching the user data. Now we have to create one to fetch category posts and also to fetch all posts together. So if we're searching for posts from a specific category, then we can say const query is equal to search query, and then we can pass in the category ID. Of course, this search query is something we are yet to create. To create this search query, we can go back to our utils and our data.js. Inside of here, we can say export const search query, and we're going to have a parameter in there, which is going to be a search term. We're going to pass that from our frontend, from our component. And then in there, we want to create a query. Const query is equal to a template string, like this. And it looks like I'm missing an arrow sign right here. There we go. And now we need to write our query. Sanity uses something known as GROQ or Grok, and that is the Sanity's querying language. It stands for Graph Relational Object Queries, and you'll be able to describe exactly what information your application needs, potentially joining information together from several sets of documents and then stitching together a very specific response with only the exact fields you need. It's extremely similar to GraphQL, but it's even easier to write. I'm going to leave the link to this document down below, and I would strongly encourage you to go through it and read about at least some of the introductory topics. But as you can see, starting from the basics, you need to start with an asterisk. An asterisk represents every document in your dataset. So to be able to fetch a movie, you can say asterisk and then open square brackets, underscore type is equal to movie, and release date is larger than or equal to 1979. So let me show you how we can do that for our pins. Let's start with a star and then square brackets. We can say underscore type is equal to and then a string of pin because we only need pins back. We can say end title match is going to be a string, and then inside of there we're going to provide a template string that's going to be our search term. And then we can say or category match. So we can match either by title or category. And again, in here, we're going to have our search term, like this. Make sure to wrap it in string signs, even though this is a string of its own. And then finally, we can say or one more time, about match, because we want to make our search as smart as possible. It's going to search for about in each pin. It's going to search for the category as well as the title itself. So we need to repeat this thing, a string with a search term inside of it. But in each one of these search terms, just after the closing brace, you can add the asterisk, meaning it's going to start matching terms even before you actually finish the term. Great. Just after the square bracket, we can open up a pair of curly braces. Inside of here, we can specify what data do we want to get back. We of course want to get back an image. More specifically, that image is going to contain an asset and we need to get back the URL. This is the syntax. It might look weird at the start, but as you read through this just a bit and write it a few times yourself, it's going to make full sense and it's actually extremely intuitive. Now, we also need the ID of a specific pin. So just below the image, I'm going to add a comma and say _ID. We also need the destination. And finally, we're going to have the posted by as well. But from the posted by, we only need to get some things. We need the _ID. We need the user name of the person who posted it, and also the image of the user who posted it. Then, after that, we can provide a comma and get an array like this of all the people who saved that specific pin. So we can say save and then an array sign, and then an object. We need to get the keys of all the people who saved it, and also posted by for each one of these saves. I know it's getting a bit confusing, but just bear with me. And we can write _ID, user name, and image of all of the people who saved that specific post. Let's also make sure to add a comma right here and right here. And this is one of our most complicated queries. Let's go ahead and return it just at the bottom. Okay, now our search query is fully done. So let's go back to the feed. And right here, we can now import it. We can press the control space and it should be imported automatically. There we go, search query coming from /utils/data. Now that we have the query, we can do client.fetch, provide in the query of the data we want to fetch. We can say .then, we get the specific data back, and then we want to set the pins to be equal to data. Of course, these pins are a state, so let's go ahead and create .useState. We're going to call it pins and set pins, and at the start, they're going to be set to null. Of course, we also want to stop the loading, so I'm going to say set loading is equal to false. Great. And this is going to do the logic of fetching all of the pins or posts for a specific category. Now, of course, we also have to make this work for all of the posts, not depending on a specific category. So we can create a new query in the data, and we can call it export const feed query to get all the posts from the feed. And that's going to be not a function because we don't need any specific parameters. It's just going to be the query itself. And remember what we said. We're going to start with an asterisk and then a pair of square brackets. _type is going to be the same. So it's going to be a pin like this. And we can put one straight line and then specify the order. So we can say order is going to be _created add and is going to be descending. So the newest posts are going to show up on top. We were supposed to close this square bracket right here and not here. And finally, after this parenthesis, we can specify what data do we need from all of these pins that we get. And that data is going to be the same as this data right here. We need the image, more specifically the URL from that image, the ID, destination, posted by, and then the list of all the people who saved that specific post. So let's go ahead and copy this and paste it straight here. And there we go. That was our feed query. Now we can go back to our feed. In this case, we don't have to call the search query because remember, we're not providing any parameters. We have the already done query. So we can simply say client.fetch fetch, and then we're going to provide the feed query. Of course, we have to import it, so you can do control space and then simply import it here, or do it manually right here, feed query and search query from /utils and then data. After we fetch the data, we can call the .then, get the data, set the pins to be equal to data, and also set the loading to be set to false, meaning we're fetching all of the pins. Of course, it would be great if we could show some pins, but right now at the moment we don't have any pins to show and we don't yet have the functionality to create those pins. So we can go to our Sanity desk right here and create a new pin straight from their dashboard. Let's go ahead and create a new pin. Our pin is going to have a title. Let's specify the title, and the title is going to be something like JSM logo, because the image I'm going to upload is going to be my own logo. The about, we can say this is the image containing the JSM logo. Let's fix this typo right here. There we go. As the URL destination, let's add the resource.jsmasterypro.com/newsletter. If you haven't already, definitely make sure to subscribe to our newsletter, where I weekly share all of the best tips, guides, and ebooks from the web development world. See you there. With that said, we can also provide a category, and in our case, that's going to be web development. And the last thing we have to do is drag and drop the image. Instead of dropping my own logo, I found some of the old images from my desktop setup. So let's go ahead and share that instead. I'm going to pull it and drop it right here. That image is definitely going to look better on our masonry grid. Let's change this to JSM desk setup. Great. And right here, this is the image containing the JSM desk setup. And with that, we can create our first pin. We of course have to attach it to a specific user. Usually, this is going to be done through our application straight away for us, but since we're creating the document from inside of the Sanity's desk, we have to write it ourselves. So I'm going to go to User, JavaScript Mastery, and if we go to More Settings and Inspect, we can see the _ID right here. So let's copy it, go back to the pin, and let's add our user ID. In here, we can also automatically choose the user that created that specific photo. Right now, we don't have to add any comments and no people saved the post yet. So let's go ahead and publish it. There we go. We've just published the post through Sanity's desk. But later on, we're going to implement the create a post straight from inside of our application. Right now, we needed to do it here just so we can quickly try and see if we've successfully created the logic for fetching the pins. Let's test it out. I'm gonna reload the page, and right now we can see the feed, but unfortunately, I don't yet see the posts. And that's of course because we just wrote posts here. We haven't actually shown any pins. So to show the pins, what we can do is say if pins exist. In that case, we can simply render a masonry layout like this, and we're going to provide the pins straight to it. Great. So our next step, of course, is to go to the masonry layout and in here, render out those pins. That's going to be simpler than you think because we're going to be using a React Masonry CSS package. Don't reinvent the wheel if something already exists. So let's go ahead and import masonry, and that's coming from React-masonry-css. We can also import one individual pin that we'll have to loop over. So let's import pin from /pin. And this is also a new component that we have to create. So let's do that immediately. We're going to create a new file called pin.jsx. And for now, simply render the word that says pin. There we go. So now back in our masonry layout, we have to create an object containing the options for our breakpoints. We can say const breakpoint object, and right here we can set the default number of columns. Let's say by default there are 4. On 3000 pixels of width, we can show 6. Maybe if there are 2000, then we can show 5. On 1200 pixels, we can show only 3. On 1000, we can show 2. And finally, on 500, that's on mobile devices, we can show 1 per specific column. These are the numbers that I found to work the best. Of course, feel free to test this out after we create some more pins. And the only thing you have to do right now is simply call the masonry component we've just created. We need to give it some class names. Class name is going to be flex, as well as the animate-slide-fwd, as in forward. And we're going to provide the breakpoint object, which is going to be breakpoint obj right here. But in here, the actual property name is breakpoint calls, as in columns. Great. And now inside of there, we have to loop through our pins by saying pins (map), and then we get an individual pin. And for each pin, we want to show a self-closing pin component. To that component, we're going to simply pass the key, which is going to be equal to pin._id, and we're going to pass the pin itself. Of course, in here, once we're mapping over the pins, we're going to get an individual pin in parentheses. And let's also give it a class name equal to w-max. Of course, we don't yet have the pins here because we haven't imported them from props. So right here, we're passing them through props so we can instantly get them right here. So now if we save this, go back and reload the page, you can indeed see that there is one pin right here. And do you know why the image isn't there? That's because even though we are getting the whole data about that image and the text, we're currently only showing the word pin. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. So in here, we actually need to render out that image. Our pin is going to contain a lot of stuff. Once you hover over the image, you'll be able to save it, download the image, go to the URL of that image, and so much more. But for now, just so we know that everything works perfectly, let's go ahead and simply render out the image of that specific pin. We can do that by simply rendering the image tag right here. That image tag is going to have a class name equal to rounded-lg and also width-full. Let's also give it an alt tag equal to user-post. And finally, we can give it a source equal to URL for image and then dot width 250 and then dot URL, and then we call that as a function. This is Sanity's way for efficiently fetching the images. This way, the image is going to be optimized for this specific width. But right now, we have two problems. The URL for, what is that? Well, if you remember correctly and press Ctrl space, and if this Visual Studio Code magic works for you, then you can immediately import it right here. This URL for is a small utility function we've created once we actually connected to Sanity's client. And then this image will be coming from a pin. And if you think about it, we are passing the pin through props right here, and then we can destructure a few things out of it. More specifically, we can destructure who posted that pin. So that's going to be posted by. We can also destructure the image itself, of course. We can destructure the _ID of the image and the URL destination. Now we have everything we need. Let's save the file. And there we go. This is the image of my setup right here. We've created the actual post through Sanity's desk, meaning we added it to the database through a specific form that every pin is going to have. And then we're connecting our React frontend to Sanity's backend, and we're actually fetching out all of the posts. Right now, there is of course just one, but later on, there's gonna be a lot of them. And think about it, you're not the only user who can create posts. Later on, you can share this application and create a real social media application out of it. Sanity is extremely cool and it allows us to build amazing things extremely quickly. Now our next goal is going to be to complete this pin image. Once you hover over it, you'll be able to save it, delete it, go to the image URL, check the author of that image, and much more. So that is going to be our next step. To start implementing our pin component, let's first go ahead and import a few things, our dependencies. We're gonna need a useState hook from React, so we can easily just import it. That's going to be useState. Then we're gonna also need to import link as well as the useNavigate hook, and that is coming from React Router DOM. Then we're gonna also need to import something known as v4 as UUID v4. This is a unique resource identifier. This is going to provide us unique IDs for each one of our posts. And this is going to be coming from UUID. Then let's import a few icons. The first one is going to be import md download for offline. And this is coming from react-icons, and that's going to be /md. We can duplicate that line, and we're gonna import the AI to tone like this, delete. And this is coming from React icons /AI. And the last icon we're gonna import is going to be BS fill, arrow, up, right, circle, fill. Quite a long name, and this is coming from React icons, and that's going to be /BS. And then finally, from our client, we're gonna import the URL for as well as the client itself. And now we have everything we need to code out our pin component. Let's start with the JSX, and then we're gonna create the utility as we go. First, we're gonna have a div that's going to have a class name equal to m-2, which stands for margin 2. As you can see, that just provided some margins. Then I'm going to put this image down below because we're going to be adding a lot of stuff here. Then we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have quite a few properties. It's going to have the on mouse enter property like this. And then in there, we're going to call a callback function. And that callback function is going to set the state of set post hovered. So are we currently hovering the post? If that is the case, then we're going to set that to true. And also we can duplicate this line and say on mouse leave. In that case, we can say set post hovered is going to be set to false. We can also provide the on click property. So if the user clicks on that specific div or a post, in that case, we want to simply navigate. So we can say navigate. We're going to use a template string and say /pin-detail and also / and then _ID. And as you can see, we don't have any of these values defined. So let's go ahead and define them straight away. First, let's define our state. In here, we can say use state, and that's going to be post hovered. And then we can simply tab out, and at the start, that's going to be set to false. We're going to also use another state later on, which is going to be called use state, and that's going to be saving post. So are we currently saving the post? And that's also going to be set to false at the start. Then, as you can notice, we're also using the navigate hook. So we can say const navigate is equal to use navigate, and that's coming from React Router DOM. Great. And finally, let's also provide some class names to this div. Class name is going to be equal to relative cursor -zoom -in. For this cursor zoom in to work, we also have to add a few more properties. So let's go ahead and add the w-auto for the auto width, and also hover on hover shadow-lg. It's going to be rounded-lg, and it's going to have overflow-hidden. It's also going to have a transition-all. Duration of that transition is going to be 500, and it's going to ease in out. Now, if we save this, right now we won't be able to see any changes. But later on, when we hover over the post, this is what we get. We're going to get a download icon, also the save button, and we'll be able to go to the URL of that specific image. So let's continue adding the things inside of this div to achieve this functionality. Right inside of this div, we're going to have our main image. So let's put it right here. There we go. Now we can remove these empty spaces and continue with our JSX. We need to be able to know if the post has been hovered. So we can say if post hovered, or simply post hovered end. In that case, we want to show some JSX. More specifically, we want to show a div, and that div is going to have a class name. That class name is going to be absolute. Top is going to be set to 0. Width is going to be full, and height is going to be full. It's going to be flex dash column, justify dash between, padding 1, padding right 2, padding top 2, and padding bottom also 2, and finally z index is going to be set to 50. Of course, this is not something we can see right away, but as soon as we fill this div, we will be able to see it. And I've had some issues with the full height using Tailwind, so in this case, we're also going to manually change the styles to be height is equal to 100%. So inside of this div, we're going to have one more div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to flex items dash center and justify dash between. Inside of there, we're going to render our first icon, but it's going to be inside of one more div with a class name set to flex and gap dash 2. Inside of there, we can render the anchor tag. This anchor tag is going to have a few properties. More specifically, it's going to have an href equal to a template string of image $asset $URL, and then outside of that $DL is equal to. So this is going to allow us to download that specific image. And then below, we can simply say download. You can specify an anchor tag as a download anchor tag, which is immediately going to trigger the download. And we need to add something on click, more specifically, a callback function, where we get an event, of course, a click event, and we're going to simply call event.stop propagation. We have to do this because once you click on something, it's going to trigger all of the other effects, but in this case, we simply want to download it. I'm going to explain how exactly this works in just a minute. And then let's also add some class names. But before we do, let's put the actual icon in just so you can see the changes live. That's going to be MD download for offline. Let's save it. We of course have to close this icon right here. And right now, looks like we have an issue. MD download for offline is not found. Let's see. Looks like I've made a quick typo here. The offline was supposed to be there with 2 Fs. There we go. And right now, if you reload the page, you can notice that it's hard to see the icon, but it's there. So let's provide some styling so we can see it more clearly. Let's give it a class name equal to bg-white. Also, width is going to be 9 and height is going to be 9. If I save this, nothing is happening yet. Let's make it rounded-full, flex items-center, as well as the justify-center, text-dark, text-XL to make it bigger. Opacity is going to be set to 75. And with these changes, if we now hover over this, you can see the icon on the top left. Let's also add a few more properties. Things like hover opacity is going to be 100. Then hover shadow-MD and also outline-none. Now, if we save that and hover over it, you can see that if we hover over it, it's going to have a higher opacity. That's a great trick to visualize that specific hover effect. So we talked about this stop propagation thing. Right now, if we click on the image, anywhere on the image, we're going to go to that specific pin detail page. But if we click here on top left, that is this button. But think about it. Behind this button is the image. So we're going to be redirected to the image as well. And we can see that clearly if we comment out the stop propagation line. Now, if you reload the page and click on this button, you can see that the image does get downloaded, but we can see we got redirected to pin detail, and that's not necessarily what the user wants. So if you simply put the stop propagation, that means that the click is going to happen and it's going to disappear. It's not going to propagate further through the image. Great. So if we now reload the page, go ahead and click the download button, it only downloads the image. And if we open it up, we can see the image in its full glory. Great. So now let's add all of the other necessary buttons, like save and also go to the URL. We also need to provide the author of each specific post. Great. Now below this div, let's check if the user has already saved that icon. In that case, we can do something like already saved, which is a variable we haven't yet created, question mark dot, and then we're gonna do length right here. And if the length is not equal to 0, that means that the user has already saved that specific post. So with the ternary operator, we can simply display some kind of button. So let's create a button. And for now, I'm simply going to say saved there. But if the user hasn't already saved the post, in that case, we need to show a different button right here. And that button is going to say just save, because the user hasn't already saved that specific post. Great. But the question is, how are we going to get access to this already saved variable? And the answer might be simpler than you think. First, we have to get access to our user variable, and we can get the user from local storage. And I'm sure we've done that so far, so let's just search for user. Or more specifically, let's search for local storage dot get item, and right here we are fetching our user. Great. So we could easily just take this line right here, go back to our pin and paste it here, and that would immediately give us access to our user. But as you can notice, in that case, we would be reusing this line 2 or potentially more times. And now this is the perfect opportunity to turn this into a utility function. So let's go ahead and go into our utils, and let's create a new function called fetch user.js. Inside of here, let's say export const fetch user is going to be equal to an arrow function that doesn't accept any parameters. We're going to paste the line we just copied, and the only thing we're going to do is say return user info. Great. So now we can go back to our home component, we can delete this long line, and we can simply say fetch user, and that's it. We call it like this. The only thing we have to do, of course, is import it. So we can press Control space and import fetch user from utils. And that's it. We made this so much simpler. Of course, now not only can we simplify that, but we can also go to our pin component and repeat the process. That's going to be fetch user like this. And then we simply have to import it straight from the utils. Let's see. There we go, fetch user. Great. So now we have access to the user info. In this case, let's simply call it user. Now that we have access to the user, we have to figure out if the user has already saved a specific post. We can do that by creating a new variable. Let's say const already saved, and that's going to be equal to pin question mark dot save question mark dot filter. In the filter, we get access to each specific post, or let's call it an item. And then we can check if the item dot posted by dot underscore ID is triple equal to user dot Google ID. In that case, that means that the user definitely already saved the post, because we looped over the saved posts, and as you can see, his Google ID is already there in the people who liked that post. As you can notice, I typed pin here, but the pin is already destructured at the top, so we can immediately just destructure the save variable from the pin and then just refer to it like this. Now let's optimize our already saved or save filter functionality. There's a few things that I want to teach you that are just a bit advanced, but I'm sure you're gonna find them useful. Let's think about how the filter function works. Let's say that the user's ID is 1, And let's also say that the array of people who like the post is going to be 2, 3, and 1, meaning our user has definitely liked the post. In that case, if we apply the filter, and if we're searching for item.postedBy is equal to user Google ID, in that case, this filter is going to return just the items that pass the test. So at the end, it's going to return an array with the number 1 inside of it. And if you look at the specific name of our variable, already saved, and if you look at the response, an array of 1, these things don't really go together. Because already saved, by its name, seems like a boolean, right? Has the user already saved the post? And the array of 1 is definitely not the answer to the yes or no question. So what we can do is we can wrap this into parentheses, and then at the end, we can get the dot length of that array. So now, if we try doing dot length of this, then we're going to get 1. Same thing if we look at the falsy case, where, for example, the user 4 is looking if he has already saved the post, he's not here, then the array is going to be empty and the dot length is going to be 0. So now we're closer to that true or false because we're getting numbers. And what can we do to get a true or false, a real boolean out of these values? Well, what would happen if we try calling negative on this one? Well, that would give us a false. And what would happen if we called negative one more time on this false? Well, that would give us true at the end. Same thing, if we call the negative on this 0, we would get true. And then if we call it one more time on that true, we would get false. And now if you take a look at this, 0 corresponds to false and 1 corresponds to true. And if you look at the original thing we're looking for, has the user already saved the post? The answer is true. Has the user already saved the post in the second case? The answer is false. So the only thing we have to do to implement this in our application is add a double exclamation mark here. This is going to turn our statement return into a boolean value. If you found this helpful, I would strongly encourage you to like this video and comment that you like this part. I'm looking forward to creating more advanced tutorials such as this one. And soon enough, I'm releasing my full courses, which are going to be advanced. So if you're up for that, definitely make sure to subscribe to that mailing list so that you can be notified when they're out. With that said, we now optimized our already saved function. So if we go down here, we no longer have to look for this. We can simply look, hey, is it already saved? If it is already saved, in that case, we want to show saved. If it's not already saved, we want to show save. This makes so much more sense. Great. So now let's save this. Let's see our browser for a bit, right here. And let's see what happens now if we reload this page. We get an error, which is completely normal. Let's see what this error is about. It's saying cannot read properties .length of undefined, line 17. Okay, that's gonna be here. Let's see what's happening. So it's trying to get the .length of undefined, and we have the save.filter, but let's look what save is equal to. So at the start, we want to know what this save is going to be like. So let's go ahead and put that here, check it out, and it's actually null. So it's possible that not every post is going to have an array of likes because nobody liked the post yet. So I think if we add a question mark here, that should solve our error. And there we go. Even though we have null values, this is going to simply give us an undefined, and that's completely fine. The only important thing is that we don't get an error. Later on, once we actually like more posts, we will be able to see if the user has already saved or not. But as you can see right now, we can see the save button right here. We can barely see it, but let's go ahead and apply some more styles so that we can see it more clearly. To our first button, we're going to say type is equal to button. And now let's apply a bit of a longer class name to make this look really good. So let's say class name is equal to bg-red-500. And it might be a good idea to first style the bottom one because you can see here it says save. So that way we'll be able to see the changes live if we first style the bottom one. So I'm going to put the type equal to button. class name is going to be bg-red-500. So now if I save that, you can see we have save. Let's also apply a few more classes, like opacity is going to be set to 70. On hover, we're going to increase that opacity to 100. Text is going to be white. Font is going to be bold. Padding X is going to be 5, and padding Y is going to be 1. Text is going to be base size. It's going to be rounded, 3XL. And it's going to have a hover, shadow dash medium. Also, we can set the outline to be set to none. There we go. So now if we save that, this is a good looking save button. Great. But now we can apply similar styles to our saved button. So first of all, let's go ahead and copy the entire class name, paste it right here, and let's see if something has to be changed. Nope, that's going to be it. They're going to have the same classes because they're serving the same purpose. So now under saved, we also want to know how many people have actually saved that post. So we can say save (length). Great. So let's save it. And right now we haven't yet saved the post, so we won't be able to see that. But on the bottom button, let's go ahead and implement an onClick. OnClick right here. We want to call a callback function with an event right here. First, we want to call the stop propagation like we did before. And we want to call a save bin function and provide the _ID of the post. Of course, this save bin function doesn't yet exist, so let's go ahead and create it straight away. We can do that right here below our already saved by saying const save bin is going to be equal to an arrow function that's going to accept the _ID. And we can check if not already saved. And again, the reason why we can simply do not already saved like this, which makes a lot of sense, is because we did this thing. If we had the already saved without these, in that case, we would simply have to say if already saved (length is == 0, which is not ideal. This makes more sense. So if not already saved, in that case, we want to trigger this currently saving post. So we can say set saving post is going to be equal to true. And then we have to actually update the document in the Sanity database. And we can do that by using the Sanity client and then call a few commands. The command we need to call is going to be .patch, where we're going to pass a specific ID. And here in params, we can simply call this ID and not _ID. So we want to patch this specific ID. Then we want to set if missing save array. So in here, we can initialize the save array to be an empty array. And then we want to .insert after, and then save -1, meaning at the end. And then the thing we want to insert is going to be one specific object, an object that's going to have the _key property equal to UUID v4. This is going to generate a unique ID. We need to have the user ID of the person who liked that post. So we need to say user.googleid. Then we also have to have the posted by, meaning who liked the post. That's going to simply be _type is posted by. And then the _ref is going to be user.googleid one more time. Now, after we inserted something, then we have to call a .commit like this. If you hover over this, Sanity has amazing built-in documentation, and they say commit the patch, returning a promise that resolves to the first patch document. And you can do the same situation with all of these to see what this exactly does. So, since commit is returning a promise, we can definitely call a .then on it. And once we do, we need to reload our window by saying window.location.reload. And finally, we need to set the saving post to false. Not even sure if this is necessary because we are reloading the page, but let's go ahead and check it out. I'm gonna save this. and I'm gonna click save right here. The page will get reloaded and now we have one saved. Great, the saving functionality works. This is amazing. And you can see there were a few commands we had to call, but once you get used to it, it is extremely easy, almost like using English language. Patch the post with an ID, add an array, insert a document, commit, and then do something else, whatever you want to do. So with this, we have our already saved and save button working. Now we could use the saving post state right here to say saving post. And if it is, we can simply say saving, and then else we can say simply save. But the save action is happening incredibly quickly, so I don't even see a reason to do that. We can always simply say save, and in that case, there isn't really a reason for us to use the saving post state. So we can completely delete that. We don't have to set it here, and we don't have to clear it at the end. Right now, we cannot test if this is going to make any difference because we have already liked the post, but later on, once we add more posts, we'll be able to test everything out thoroughly. With that said, we have to implement the bottom icon, which is going to be the link to the site that hosts this image, or any site that the user provides. So, just below, not this button, below this specific div, there we can create a new div. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex justify dash between items dash center gap dash to and w dash full. Inside of there, we want to show that URL, but only if the URL exists. To check whether we have a destination URL, we can simply say destination and in that case render something out. So that's going to be a destination URL, and in that case we want to show an anchor tag, and that anchor tag is of course going to have an href pointing to a specific destination. Of course, this has to be spelled correctly, destination, there we go. And then the target is going to be underscore blank to open this link in a new page. With the target blank, we also have to provide the rel equal to no refer. And also let's give it a class name, which is going to be set to bg-white, flex, items-center, gap-2, text-black, font-bold, padding-2, and then we can change the padding left to be 4 and padding right to be 4 as well. Let's also make the button rounded, -full. Let's give it an opacity of 70. And also on hover, we want to increase the opacity to 100. And let's also give it a shadow on hover by saying hover shadow -md. Again, we reused most of these styles for the previous buttons. In here, we want to show the icon, more specifically, the BS fill arrow up right circle fill. Whoever came with that long name has a problem definitely, but that's fine. And finally, let's show the entire destination right here. Let's save it and see how does it look like. There we go. This is a long URL, but maybe we can slice the starting part. So let's try with .slice and also slice it from 8 to something like 17. Now, if I save this, you'll notice that we only get the resource, which should be the starting part, but let's try to just start from 8 and then move forward. There we go. This cut out the HTTPS part, but it's still a bit too long. So let's say if destination dot length is larger than something like 20 characters, in that case, we can do destination dot slice and let's do 8 to 20. Else, we can simply show destination dot slice, and that's going to be just from 8 to the end. So now let's save it. As you can see, this one is longer than 20 characters, so we just cut it to 20. And if one already has 20, then that's going to be fine. And finally, we have to implement the last part, which is going to show the user who created the post. So just after this destination, still inside of this div, we can go ahead and open a new dynamic block and check if posted by !_ID is triple equal to user.google ID. In that case, we can show a delete button. So right here, we can create a new button. That button is going to be of a type is equal to button, of course. And we're going to have an on click. An on click is going to be similar to the previous button. So let's go ahead and copy it, paste it straight here. And I also think the class name is going to be pretty similar. So let's go ahead and copy that as well right here. I'm going to paste it straight here. But instead of save bin, we're going to have delete bin right here. So this is also a function that has to be implemented, and we can implement it straight away. We can do it just below the save bin. So we can say const delete bin. It's going to accept an ID. And inside of there, we can simply say client in the next row dot delete ID, of course, with a dot at the start. And then finally, dot then, what can we do? We can window dot location dot reload to actually remove that post from the view. Great. Now we can remove that image. Of course, you can see the button right here. So let's scroll down to that delete button. Don't yet click it because we still want to see this post. We don't have any other ones. And let's just see if we want to change the styles a bit. I think in this case, BG-white would work just a bit better. Let's also provide a padding of 2. Opacity is fine. Text is not going to be white because we have the white background. We don't need to have this, but the text is going to be dark. And I think everything else is fine. But of course, inside of there, we have to render out the icon. So I'm going to say AI two-tone delete. And there we go. Now we have our delete icon. Of course, I'm not going to click it yet. We're going to test the delete functionality when we add more posts. And also then you'll see the beauty of that masonry grid we created. So now below this div, and this div as well, let's finally add a link. And this is going to be a link to the profile of the person who created this pin. So we can say to open a template string, and it magically autofilled it for me. So that's going to be user-profile / and then user ?.id. Let's also give it a class name, which is going to be equal to flex, gap-2, margin top-2, and items-center. Inside of there, we of course want to show the user's image. So we can say img. Let's put it in multiple rows. Let's give it a class name is equal to w-8. Height is going to be 8 as well. Rounded-full and object-cover. We can set the source to be equal to posted by and then ?.image. And finally, we can say alt is user-profile. Let's save it. And as you can see, we have a small JavaScript mastery logo right here. And below the image, let's add a paragraph with a class name, font-semi-bold, and also capitalize. And inside of there, we can render the posted by ? And that's going to be user name with a capital N. And there we go. JavaScript Mastery created this post. And this is going to be everything for our individual posts in the Masonry grid. Of course, we right now have just one post, but you can just go ahead and create as many of them as you want. Of course, some of the next steps are clicking on an individual post should lead us to the pin detail page. And clicking on the author should lead us to the profile. In this case, it says undefined here, and that's because this wasn't supposed to be user, it's supposed to be posted by. So now if we save that, go back and click again, now we have a user profile. Great. These are just some of the next things that we have to implement. But of course, the create pin page is also right here. So maybe that might be a good next step. We need to create more pins so that we can test them out all together. So let's go ahead and create the create pin page next. To create our create pin page, we can go to our pins component. Let's check it out. There we go. That is a pins container. And right inside of here, you can see that we have a route called create pin. And there we are rendering an element create pin to which we're passing the user as a prop. So let's go into a create pin component right here. And we immediately know that we're going to get the user as a prop. So let's go ahead and import all of the necessary dependencies. We're gonna use the use state hook from React. We're gonna also use a few icons. That's going to be AI, outline, cloud, upload. That's gonna be the icon for the image upload. And this is coming from react-icons/AI. Then we're gonna also import md delete icon, and that is coming from react-icons/md. And finally, we're gonna import the use navigate hook, and that is coming from react-router-dom. As our local imports, we're gonna have to import the client, which is Sanity client, coming from /client. And we'll also import a spinner from /spinner. This is the loading bar component we have already created. And we'll also have to import a list of categories. That's going to be an array containing a lot of objects with a name for each category, something like sports, and also an image for that specific category. So we can go to our utils, data, and then right here, we can create that variable just so we don't have to write it straight from inside of our file. And the categories array is going to look like this. It's going to be an array with about a dozen categories, and it's going to be categories array with objects, including a name and an image. That's all that it is. As you can see, this is just generally just typing out the names and finding the images for each specific category. So I don't want you to waste time on this. I'm simply going to give you access to the entire data.js file down below. So you'll be able to copy this entire file containing all of the Sanity queries we've written so far, a few additional queries we haven't written yet, and also the list of all the categories. So just go down into the description and find data.js GitHub gist. It's going to be below this video. As soon as you do that, we'll be able to go back to our create pin, and we can simply say import. That's going to be categories, and they're gonna come from /utils/data. Great. Now we have all of the dependencies we need. Our create pin page is the page where we're gonna handle the most logic, meaning we're gonna deal with state. So we're gonna have a lot of different state fields. So it might be a good idea to simply create all of these state fields right away, just so we don't have to come back to the top of the component every now and then to create a new state. So again, the quickest way to create a state is to simply start typing use state, click this thing right here, and then without clicking anything, name that state. In this case, that's going to be title. Then press the tab key and simply initialize the state to an empty string. And there we go. The title, set title, and the initial state have been created for us. Now we're going to repeat this process a few more times. Use state, then this one is going to be about, and also set about, and it's going to be set to empty string. We can go to our third state, which is going to be something like destination. Set destination, and also that's going to be set to an empty string. Then we're going to have the loading state. So we can say use state, loading, set loading, and at the start, it's going to be set to false. Then we can have all of the fields. So we can say state is fields, set fields, and also at the start, that's going to be set to null. Then let's do one more. This use state right here is going to be called category, set category, and at the start, it's going to be set to null as well. And we have two more to go. Use state. This one is going to be image asset, and that's going to be set to null as well. And finally, let's do the use state. This one is going to be wrong image type. So this is going to be an error if the user uploads the wrong image type, and at the start, it's going to be set to false. And with that said, we have all of the use states we're gonna need. Let's also immediately set up the navigate hook. So we can say const navigate is equal to use navigate, and we call it as a hook. Great. Now we can start writing our JSX. Our div is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, justify-center, items-center, margin top-5, and on large devices, height is going to be set to 4 out of 5. Now let's save that, and I'm gonna move to the create a pin page. There we go, you can see now it's centered. Now we're gonna have an error state, and that's gonna be checking if all the fields have been entered. So right here, we can use a dynamic block and say if fields. In that case, we want to render an error message, which is going to be a paragraph with a class name equal to text-red-500, mb-5, text-xl, transition-all, duration 150, and ease-in. And we can simply say, please fill in all the fields. Great. Right now, we cannot see this, but if we switch this from null or maybe from false to be equal to true, in that case, you can see this error message that we're going to have later on. Now we can switch this to false. Then below that, we can have another div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to flex. On large devices, it's going to be flex-row. Usually, it's going to be flex-column. It's going to be justify-center and items-center, as well as the background-white. And on large devices, we're going to have a padding of 5, and usually we're going to have a padding of 3. On large devices, we're going to have a width equal to 4 out of 5, and usually we're going to have the full width. Of course, we cannot see the changes yet because this div is actually empty. Now, inside of that div, we're going to have one more div, and this div is going to have a class name, bg-secondary color, like this, and it's going to have padding-3, flex, flex-0.7, and also w-full. There we go. We can barely see a rectangle here. This is going to be our create a post div. And then inside of there, we're going to have one more div. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex, justify-center, items-center, flex-column, border-2, border-dotted, border-gray-300. Let's also do padding-3. The width is going to be set to full, and height is going to be set to 420. And you can see now we got this nice rectangle, and it has a dotted border. Now inside of there, if we are currently loading, in that case, we want to show a spinner component, like this. Of course, the loading is set to false, so right now we are not loading, but if we set this to true, you can see that we have this nice loading at the center right now. But for now, let's switch this to false. And just below that loading, we also want to have an error message for the wrong image type. So if we have a wrong image type, in that case, we want to show a paragraph like this. Let's fix this. And then in that paragraph, we simply want to say something like wrong image type. Again, this is false right now, so we won't be able to see it. And finally, if there is no image asset currently entered, in that case, we want to show a field to actually input that image. So let's go ahead and create a label. Inside of that label, we're going to have a div. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-column, items-center, justify-center, and height-full. Just to get rid of this error, we also have to provide the other case in this ternary. So let's say or. In that case, we're going to render something else. So right now, let's just leave this here. Inside of this div right here, we're going to have, you can guess it, I guess, one more div. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, justify-center, and items-center. Inside of this div, we're going to have a paragraph. This paragraph is going to have a class name, font-bold, text-2xl. And inside of there, we can simply show an icon, AI, outline, cloud, upload, and it's going to be a self-closing tag. And there we go. Take a look. This now looks like an image upload. And just below that, we can create one more paragraph, which is going to have a class name equal to text-lg, and we can simply say click to upload. There we go. This looks like a real image upload now. Now below this div, we're going to create one more paragraph right here. We can give it a class name equal to margin top -32 and text -gray -400. And we can say something like recommendation, use high quality JPEG, SVG, PNG, GIF, or TIFF less than 20 megabytes. There we go. Let's save it. And now we have that recommendation as well. Let's go ahead and remove some of these formats like this. And also let's remove the recommendation just so everything fits nicely in one row. There we go. This looks so much better now. Now below this div, still inside of the label, we have to put the image input. So the type is going to be set to file. The name is going to be set to upload-image. The onChange is going to be set to upload image, which is a function that we are yet to create. And finally, the class name is going to be set to w-0 and height-0. Great. For this to work, we of course have to create that upload image. So just at the top, let's go ahead and create const upload image is going to be a function. And as a parameter, it's going to accept the actual event. Now, through the input of type file, you can get the selected file like this by saying const selected file is equal to e.target.files and then 0. Now, of course, we have to check what is the type of that file, and we can do that by saying if selected file.type is equal to image/png. We can also say or selected file.type is equal to something like image/svg. Now you can see that this is getting quite long, so let's go ahead and immediately destructure the type from the selected file like this. So now we can simply say if type is equal to that specific thing. There we go. Now let's add a few other types. So we can say or type is equal to image/JPEG. One more, if type is equal to image/GIF or GIF, however you want to pronounce it. Then if type is equal to image/TIFF. Great. So now we are covering all of our image formats. If we go into this if, then we want to set the wrong image type to be equal to false. And then in other case, else, we want to set the wrong image type to be equal to true. Of course, if we're here, we also want to start the loading. So we can say set loading is equal to true. Looks like in here we had a double equal to. That was supposed to be a triple equal to. Great. So now, if we do have a correct image type, then we want to go into the Sanity client, more specifically, client.assets. And then we can call a .upload method. We want to upload, as you can see, first parameter is the type of the asset, then the body, and then the options. So we can say upload image, then we need to enter a body, which is going to be a selected file. Remember, we destructured the type here, so we no longer have the access to the selected file. In that case, we're going to simply have to use this, because that entire thing is the selected file. And then finally, we need to provide some options, which is going to be an object where the content type is going to be equal to the type, which we destructure from here. And then we also have to get the file name. So we can say file name is equal to, and that's simply going to be name. And this name is also going to be destructured from this file. So finally, once our image is uploaded, we can call a .then. Then we're going to get a document back. And finally, we can do something with that document, something like set image asset is going to be set to document. And we can also stop with the loading by saying set loading to false. Of course, we can also call a .catch right here if there is an error. Then a simply console log, something like image upload error. And then right next to that, we can actually console log the error. But if we keep uploading the correct image types, we really shouldn't be seeing any errors. And that's it for our image upload. Now we can go back right here and we are done with that input. So now if you click on this gray rectangle, you should be able to see that this is indeed a file upload input. Great. Now remember, this here is the file input upload. But if we have already uploaded the asset, then we want to show something else. Or more specifically, we want to show the image we've uploaded. So let's render out a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to relative and then h-full. Inside of there, we can render a self-closing image tag, and the source is going to be image asset $.url. We can also add the alt tag, which is going to be uploaded-pic. And finally, let's give it a class name set to h-full and width-full. Below this image, we can have a button. So let's create a button component. This button is going to have a few properties. The type button is of course necessary. Then we're going to give it a class name. And before we start typing out the class name, let's actually add the icon inside of it. And the icon is going to be md delete. Our button is going to have quite a few classes. It's going to have an absolute class, then bottom-3, right-3, padding-3, rounded-full, bg-white, text-xl, cursor-pointer, outline-none, hover-shadow-md. Let's also give it a transition. So transition-all, duration is 500 milliseconds, and it's going to ease in out. And finally, if we click on that image, in that case, we can call a callback function. And this function is going to set the image asset back to null, meaning we can upload another image if we click right there, because this is going to be for the delete. Now, let's go ahead and try uploading an image. I've uploaded another image from my old setup. And right here, you can see that instead of the file upload, now we can see the image, and also here is a delete icon, which is going to bring you back to the image upload. So this is now working perfectly. Now we have to add the form for all of the other information about our specific input. Let's go ahead and do that right away. So below the file upload and 2 divs down, right here, we're going to create one more div. We can also separate it with an empty line because this is going to be for our form. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-1, flex-column, gap-6. On large devices, padding left is going to be set to 5, margin top is going to be set to 5, and width is going to be set to full. Inside of there, we can render out an input. An input is going to be a self-closing tag. And inside of there, we can add the text for our image. So the type of this input is going to be set to text. The value is going to be set to title in this case. The onChange is simply going to be a callback function where we're going to get the event, and we simply want to call the setTitle and set that equal to e.target.value. We can also add a placeholder, which is going to be add your title. And we can also add a class name, which is going to be outline-none. We can also add text to XL. On small devices, we can do text-3XL, font-bold, border-b-2, border-gray-200, and padding-2. Now let's save this. And as you can see, we have add your title here. That is our input. Now, if we have access to our user object, So we can say user and end. In that case, we want to show the user's image. So we can create a div that's going to have a class name equal to flex, gap-2, margin y-2, items-center, bg-white, and rounded-lg. Inside of there, we can create an image, and that image is going to have the source equal to user.image. We can also give it a class name, which is going to be equal to w-10, h-10, and rounded-full. We can also give it an alternative tag, which is going to be set to user-profile. And finally, below the image, we can render a paragraph simply with a class name, font-bold, and we can simply say user.username. Let's save that. And as you can see, now we can see who is creating this specific post. Now let's go ahead and copy this input entirely and paste it below our user. This time, the type is going to be text, but the value is going to be about. On change is going to say set about. Placeholder is going to be what is your pin about. And the class name is going to be outline none. Text is going to be base. On small devices, text is going to be large. We don't have to make it bold. Border can remain at border B2 and border gray 200 and padding -2. Let's save that. There we go. What is your pin about? Let's duplicate this one more time. Now it's going to be a destination. On here, set destination, of course. Placeholder is going to be add a destination link like this, and the class names can stay the same. Great. Finally, we'll have to choose the pin's category. So just below this input, let's create a div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to flex and flex-column. Inside of here, I'm gonna have just an empty div containing the paragraph. That paragraph is going to say choose pin category, and we can give it a class name that's going to be equal to margin bottom -2, font semi-bold, text -lg, on small devices, text -xl. There we go. Choose pin category. Now, just below that p tag, we're going to have a select element. So right here, let's add our select. That select is going to have an on change. So right here, let's say on change. On change, we're going to get an event, and we can simply say set category is equal to e.target.value. Our select is also going to have a class name, and the class name is going to be outline-none, w-4/5, text-base, border-b-2, border-gray-200, padding-2, rounded-md, and cursor-pointer. But what would a select input be without any options? So let's go ahead and add our first option. That option is going to have the value equal to other. Let's add a class name that's going to say bg-white. And that option is simply going to say select category. There we go. So we have our default option. Now we can map over all of our categories right here. So we can say categories.map. We get one specific category, and then we want to show an option for each category. So let's go ahead and do that right away. We're going to show an option. That option is going to have a class name equal to text-base, border-0, outline-none, capitalize, also bg-white, and text-black. And the value is going to be category.name. Category.name is also what we can show inside of our option. So now if we save that, you can see that if you click on this select, we have access to all of our categories. Great. And finally, if we space this out correctly, the last thing we have to do is the Save Pin button. So that's going to go below the div that's below the select right here. We can create one final div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to flex justify dash end items dash end and margin top dash 5. Inside of there, we can have our button. This button is going to be of a type is equal to button. On click, we can call a function called save pin, which we are yet to create. We can give it a class name equal to bg-red-500, text-white, font-bold, padding-2, rounded-full, and W28, and finally outline-none. Inside of the button, we can simply say save pin. Great. And now the last thing we have to do is implement the save pin function. So let's scroll up, and right here below our upload image, we can actually create a const save pin function. Our save pin will have to check all of the fields from our form. So if title exists, and if about section exists, and if destination exists, and if the image asset has the ID, so image asset !_ID, and finally, if the category exists, in that case, we can proceed. So what do we need to do? We have to take all of these fields and form a document. So we can say const doc is equal to an object. The underscore type of that document is going to be a pin. We need to specify this so that it corresponds to a specific schema in the Sanity's database. Then we're going to add a title, the about, the destination, and as you might know, in JavaScript, if the key and the value are named the same, you don't have to write it like this. You can simply leave it like this, and it's immediately going to read those values. Then for the image, that's going to be an object where the underscore type is going to be a string of image. And then that image has an asset, which is going to be of an underscore type is equal to reference. And then we have to provide the underscore ref is going to be equal to image asset !_ID. The reason why we're doing this is because images are stored as assets somewhere else on Sanity's system. So we're actually referencing that image and we're connecting it with our document. Then below our image, we're going to have the user ID, which is going to be user._ID. We also have to have the posted by. The underscore type is going to be posted by. And finally, the underscore ref is going to be user._ID. And finally, we also have to provide a category. This is our entire document. Now, the only thing we have to do is below that document, we need to say client.create. We pass in the document, and then we call a .then. Once we create a document, we simply want to navigate back to the home page, which is just /. And if not all of the fields are set, then we can enter an else here. And then in that else, we're going to set the error for fields, which is currently called fields, to true. And then we can create a timeout, set timeout. That function accepts a callback function, and it also accepts a number in milliseconds, which we can set to 2 seconds. And then we simply want to clear the fields, so set fields back to false after 2 seconds. Great. So now let's save this. Let's try triggering that error by clicking Save Pin button. You can see, please fill in all the fields, and then it disappears. So finally, I think that we should be able to create a pin and attach it to Sanity's database straight from our own application. Let's go ahead and try doing that right away. I'm going to upload another image from my own old setup. Let's do an image of my cat. There we go. The image is uploaded. Let's add a title. The title can be cats, coffees, and computers. What is your pin about? Well, it's just about what the title says. The destination link can be jsmasterypro.com. That's the link to my new blog, so if you haven't checked it out, definitely make sure to do so. And finally, we can choose a pin category. In this case, that can be, let's do cats. And let's go ahead and press Save Pin. And would you look at that? Image just got uploaded. There we go. We can download the image, we can save it, we can delete it because we are the creator, and we can visit the link. This is looking great. Now we have 2 images, which is still not enough to actually see the power of that masonry grid. But as we keep adding more, we'll see how it looks nice when you add 5 or more images. Of course, now might be a good time for you to test things out yourself. Go ahead and test out the create pin a few more times to upload a few more images of your own. With that said, that was it for the create a pin. Now we have to do a profile page when we click on a specific user profile, and we also have to do a pin detail page. Since we've just enabled the user to add all of the pin details, let's go ahead and show them nicely right away as well. So our pin detail component is going to be the next thing we can work on. To start creating our pin detail component, I think we have to go into container and then pins. Right here, you can see that we have our pin detail route, which points to pin detail component, which we're also passing the user to. So let's go ahead and control click pin detail, and we are right here. We can immediately get the user from here as we know it's coming. And let's go ahead and import all of the necessary dependencies. That's going to be use state and use effect as React hooks. We're going to also need a few icons. These are going to be MD download for offline. And this is coming from react-icons/MD. We are going to also import link as well as the use params. And this is coming from react-router-dom. We can also import v4 as UUID v4, and that's coming from UUID. This is the most popular library to create unique IDs. Then for our local imports, we'll have to import the Sanity client as well as the URL for, and that's coming from /client. We'll also have to import the masonry layout right here, the one we already created, and that's coming from /masonry layout. From our data, we'll have to import pin detail more pin query, and also we'll have to import the pin detail query. And these are coming from /utils and data. Again, make sure to copy the entire data file from GitHub gists down below. And let's also import our spinner. That's going to be import spinner from /spinner. Great. Now we have everything we need. In this file, we'll also have a few states. So let's go ahead and create them right away. That's going to be use state, which is going to be simply pins and set pins. And that's going to be set to null at the start. Then we're going to have the use state for pin details right here, and that's also going to be null at the start. Then we'll have the ability to add entire comments to our pins. So we're going to have a use state called comment, set comment, and that's going to be set to an empty string at the start. And we're going to also have the state. So use state, which is going to be called adding comment, like this. That means is the user currently adding a comment, and at the start it's going to be set to false. Also, we'll have to know the ID of the current post we're on. And if we click on a specific post, you can notice that we get it inside of our URL. So how can we get access to this value? Well, we can use the React router DOM and simply say const pin ID in curly braces like this is going to be equal to use params, and we call it as a hook. Not user params, simply use params. And the way this works is if we go back to pins, you'll notice that the pin ID is set as a dynamic parameter right here. So whatever you set as a dynamic parameter, right here, you can fetch it from use params. Great. Now, before we create the details of our pin, let's first add the loading. So we're going to say if no pin detail. So if it hasn't been fetched yet, in that case, we want to return a spinner that's simply going to have a message equal to loading pin, like this. And again, this pin detail is going to be right here in the state, but I see that I added an S there. So this here is supposed to be just pin detail. There we go. So now if we reload the page, you can see that there is now loading pin right here. Of course, at the start, we won't have access to the pin details. We just have the ID. So we first have to write a function that's going to fetch all of the pin details from Sanity. So let's go ahead and create a function, const fetch pin details, like this. This function is going to have a query, which is going to be equal to pin detail query, where we're going to pass in the pin ID. Then, if we do have a query, in that case, we want to call the client.fetch, and we need to pass in that query. We can call a .then on that, and then we're gonna get the data. If everything is successful, we can set the pin detail to be equal to data and then 0, because this by default returns an array of pins. And finally, we can say if data 0, if it exists. In that case, we can fetch even more details about that pin. We can reassign that query by saying query is equal to. Of course, in this case, we have to put a let here. And then we can say pin detail more pin query and pass in the data 0, because now we're calling it with the actual post we've received. And finally, we can call the client.fetch with a new query this time. And we can call a .then, where we're gonna get the response. And when we get it, we want to set the pins to be equal to that response. So the way this works is we are first getting one individual pin and we're setting it to pin detail. But then later on, we want to get all related pins to that pin. These are going to be similar pins, maybe with a similar title, but generally these are going to be the pins that have the same category as our own current pin. So this is used just for recommendations of other similar pins. Great. So with this code, we've now populated our pin detail state as well as our pins state. But the question is, where do we call this function? As you can see, right now it is declared, but it's never actually read. So we're going to call it inside of the use effect. Use effect right here. The use effect is only going to change when the pin ID changes. So right here, we can put the pin ID. And finally, we can call the fetch pin details as a function. And it is important that this use effect is called above all of the if statements. So this conditional statement should not be here. It should be just above our return, like this. So now, if you reload the page, you'll notice that we have a loading and then immediately we get the pin detail, which means that now we are ready to start creating the pin detail page JSX. Our initial div is going to have a class name equal to flex. On XL devices, it's going to be flex-row, and usually it's going to be flex-column. Margin is going to be set to auto, and BG is going to be set to white. In this case, we also need to provide some inline styles, such as max width is going to be set to 1500 pixels, and also the border radius is going to be set to 32 pixels, just to round it up a bit. There we go. Now, inside of that div, we're going to have, of course, one more div. And this div is going to have a class name is equal to flex. And we want to give it a justify-center items-center. So everything is going to be completely centered. On medium devices, we want to center everything to the left. So items-start and set the flex initial otherwise if you're not on medium devices. And inside of that div, we're going to have an image, the main part of our pin. Our image is going to have the source equal to, if there is a pin detail ?.image, in that case, we want to call that utility function URL4 and pass the pin detail.image and then call the .url function on it like this. Let's save it. And as you can see, there is our image. Then we can add the class name rounded -t as in top -3xl. As you can see, this now made the top of our post rounded, and also rounded -b-lg. This is going to make the bottom also rounded just a bit. And let's add the alt tag, which is going to be user-post. Now, outside of this div right here, meaning just below it, we're going to create one more div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to w-full p-5 flex-1, and on extra large devices, the minimum width is going to be 620 pixels. Now, inside of that div, we're going to have two more divs. The first div is going to have the class name equal to flex, items-center, and justify-between. And one more div inside of that one is going to have a class name equal to flex, gap-2, and items-center. Inside of there, we can show an anchor tag. This anchor tag is going to have an href equal to, and that's going to be a dynamic template string where we can say pin detail .image .asset .url and then $dl is equal to. And of course, we can set that anchor tag to be download. So this is going to be a link that's going to download our image. If I'm not mistaken, we already used this download somewhere else. So I'm going to copy it, go to search, and we can see that in the pin page, we have that same URL. So what we can do is we can simply go ahead and copy this entire anchor tag. That's going to save us some time on writing the classes. We can go back to pin detail and just override our current anchor tag. There we go. But now this is not going to be image.asset, it's going to be pin detail.image.asset. There we go. So now if we save that, you can notice that there is this download link. Just below this download div, we can create an anchor tag, which is going to have an href equal to pin detail.destination. The target is going to be set to _blank. It is advised to add a no refer with a target blank, so we can do that as well. And that anchor tag is simply going to say pin detail.destination. There we go. Now we can see the URL of that image, or the URL that the user typed in when creating that pin. Now below this anchor tag and below one more div right here, we can create a new div. This div won't have any class names, but it's going to have an h1 tag. That h1 is going to have a class name equal to text-4xl, font-bold, break-words, and margin top-3. Inside of there, we can simply show pin detail.title. Cats, coffees, and computers. Nice. And finally, below that h1, we can also show a paragraph, which is going to have a class name equal to margin top-3. And inside of there, we can simply render the pin detail dot, and that's going to be about cats, coffees, and computers as well. Great. Now, below this div, we're going to have a link. More specifically, a link that's going to go to the user's profile of the person who posted this specific pin. And I think we've already created something similar to that. So let's go to search for opening tag, link to, And then in here, you can see that we have it under pin, link to user profile. So let's go ahead and copy this entire link, go back to pin details and simply paste it here. You'll notice that 3 times we have posted by. So holding Alt, click before posted by in all instances and simply say pin detail dot posted by. That way we're going to get access to that in this case. And you can see the JavaScript mastery posted this specific image. Now we're going to change the class names of this link tag just a bit. So right here, let's delete these class names. And in this case, we're going to have flex, gap-2, margin top-5, items-center, bg-white, and also rounded-lg. That's going to just divide it a bit from our current content. Below that link tag, we're going to have an h2 tag, which is simply going to say comments. And it's going to have a class name equal to mt-5 and text-2xl. There we go, our comments. Now below that h2, we can create a div or a container for our comments, which is going to have a class name equal to max-h-370 and also overflow-y-auto. There we can loop over our comments, and we can do that by saying pin detail dot comments and then dot map. We get an individual comment right here. And then for each comment, we can render a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex, gap-2, margin top-5, items-center, bg-white, and rounded-lg. We also have to provide the key, which is in this case going to be simply I, the index coming from our loop. And finally, inside of that div, we're going to render the image. The image is going to have the source equal to item.postedBy.image, posted by here with a capital B, and the item is actually going to be our comment because each comment is posted by someone. It's going to have an alt tag equal to user-profile, and it's also going to have a class name equal to w-10, height-10, rounded-full, and cursor-pointer. Now, if we save this, you're going to notice that we have an error. So let's open up the inspect element and go to console. Open up the errors and let's reload the page one more time. You can notice that we have 3 different errors. Cannot read property map of null. So right here, some pin details are not going to have comments as our pin doesn't have any in our case. So simply say pin details !comments and !map. This is going to save us from our error. Whenever you're not sure if an object has some properties, definitely make sure to use a question mark. Great. So now let's close this and reload the page. I've noticed that sometimes this user profile goes away. It's possible that instead of the profile logo right here, you won't be able to see that image. From time to time, Google is going to disable your access to get the image because we can only make so many requests at a time. So in this case, we're getting this one at the bottom left, this one as well, and this one. And if you reload the page a few times, they might disable the access for a few minutes. But hopefully you will be able to see your logo at all times. Just wanted to get that out of the way. So alongside showing the person who created that post, we also need to say who posted it and what is the actual comment. So below the image, let's create a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex and also flex-call. Inside of there, we can render a paragraph. It's going to have a class name equal to font-bold. And there we can render the comment .posted by and then .user name. Finally, below that, we can also render what the actual comment said, and we can do that by simply adding a paragraph and then saying comment dot comment. There we go. Of course, right now we don't have any comments to test with. We could add some through Sanity's dashboard, but right now we're going to implement the ability to add the comments through our own platform. So let's go ahead and do that right away. Below this div right here, so we have 3 different parentheses and then this div, go one below it, and right here we're going to create a container for the create comment. So right here, let's give it a class name equal to flex, flex-wrap, margin top -6, and also gap -3. We can specify a link right here. And this is again going to be the same link pointing to the user's profile image. So we can simply copy this entire thing, paste it right here. But this time we only need to show the image, no need to show the actual username. Let's see how does that look like. There we go. Now we can know that we're commenting as ourselves. And below the link, we can add the input tag. Our input is going to have a class name equal to, that's going to be flex-1, border-gray-100, also outline-none, border-2, padding-2, rounded-2XL, and then on focus, we want to set the border-gray-300. Of course, we have to set the type of our input right here to be text. We can add a placeholder to be something like add a comment. We also need to provide a value, which is going to be the comment itself. And finally, we have to say the on change is going to have, of course, a callback function where we get the event. And then we can set the comment to be equal to event.target.value. Now, if we save this, you can see this nice comment input that gets this nice border when you click it, and we have our profile icon. Our profile icon is not centered in this case, so let's change this link just a bit. We won't need any class names on our link tag, so you can delete that. And we'll need just a few classes on our image tag. W can be set to 8, as well as the height can be set to 8. Rounded-full is fine. And instead of object hover, we can simply say cursor-pointer. There we go. Now it's nicely visible right here. And finally, how do we post a comment? Well, we need a button. So just below this input right here, I'm going to add a button. This button is going to be of a type is equal to button. It's going to have a class name equal to bg-red-500. It's going to have a text-white, rounded-full, padding x-6, padding y-2, font-semi-bold, text-base, and outline-none. And if we are adding the comment, so right here we have that state of adding comment. If we are adding the comment, then we can say posting the comment, ... else we can set posted. Great. And finally, what would a button be without an on-click property? So we can say on-click, add comment. Great. So our last thing we have to do for this specific file is to add the add comment functionality. So let's scroll up. Just above the fetch bin details, we can say const add comment. And if we do have a comment, then we're going to call our client, our Sanity client, and we're going to call the .patch method because we want to patch a specific pin. And if we don't have any comments already, we want to set if missing In that case, we can set the comments to be equal to an empty array. Then we can insert a comment after, meaning at the end, comments, and then square brackets -1, that means at the end. And then we can insert an array where we're going to have our comment. The comment has to have a key. Let's put this into multiple lines like this. There we go. So comment, we have the underscore key is equal to UUID version 4. We call it as a function. That's going to give each comment a specific ID. We also want to add the posted by because we need to know who created that comment. So we have the underscore type is equal to posted by. And we also have the underscore ref is equal to user._ID. Great. We already learned that after we insert something, we have to .commit it. We have to commit our insertion. And then after it is committed, that returns a promise. So we can call a .then, and we can fetch all of the pin details again. Then we can also set the comment field to be equal to an empty array to reset it. And we can set the state of set adding comment to be set to false. Before adding the comment, let's reload our page. Let's see, why does our button say posted? Let's think about it. The posted state is here at the bottom. Oh, right here, instead of posted, we simply need to say post. There we go. That is looking better. And let's comment something like, what a lovely kitten for this post, and click post. Posting the comment, the page reloaded, and now we have one comment. Of course, this doesn't look that good. JavaScript Mastery comments on their own post, but the comment is definitely there. That's awesome. The last thing we have to do for our pin details page is we have to show all of the related posts to this one. That's going to give it more of a social media application feel because you can get lost in all of the cat's images, as people do on all of the other social media channels. So at the full end, below the last div, we're going to open a dynamic block and say if pins $.length is greater than 0, in that case, that's going to say more like this. Now, just after this last div, let's open a dynamic block of code, check if pins exist, and in that case, we can render a React fragment like this. In that React fragment, we're going to show an h2 tag with a class name equal to text-center, also font-bold, text-2xl, margin top is going to be set to 8, and margin bottom is going to be set to 4. And inside of that h2, we can say something like more like this. Of course, our ternary also has to have an else. So right here, if we don't have any pins, we can simply show a spinner that's going to contain a message loading more pins like that. There we go. And as you can see, right now, since we have this div and something next to it, we're not wrapping that into anything more. So we have to wrap this at the start with an empty React fragment. And then we also have to close it at the end. Right here, we have to close that empty React fragment. There we go. So now we have more like this. So let's go ahead and actually show those pins. And the process for that is going to be incredibly simple. The only thing we have to do is call our masonry layout component and pass the prop pins is equal to pins. There we go. And as soon as we added our masonry grid, you can see that unfortunately nothing is here. And it's possible that we don't have any pins. So let's go ahead and actually console log the pins. Console.log pins. Open up the inspect element, console, and you can see it's currently an array of 0. So right here, instead of pins, we can say pins.length is greater than 0. Only in that case do we want to show more like this. Else, we're simply going to show loading more pins. So to be able to show more related pins, they have to be of the same category. So let's go back to the create a pin one more time, and I'm going to add one more CAD image of my setup. There we go. I've inputted all the data and the pin is ready to be saved. Let's go ahead and create it. There we go. Now we have 3 images in our grid. Let's go to our second image. And right now this breaks. So let's go ahead and see where is the issue. I'm going to inspect, go to console, and let's see where the issue occurred. We first have a few warnings, warning, but let's see. So cannot read property.length of null. At the start, pins is going to be set to null, so of course we have to add a question mark right here. As soon as we do that, everything loads properly and we can see more like this and another image from that same category. That is great. I've also noticed that we are improperly cutting this destination right here. So let's go to pin, which is going to be in the components pin, and let's search for our destination. There we go, destination. And I don't think we need to cut anything from 8 onwards. That is only if we're starting with https://, but in this case, I'm just starting with jsmasterypro.com, so we don't have to cut anything. Let's go ahead and remove this. So it doesn't have to be sliced at all. And same thing here. I'm just going to try and leave the entire thing right here. So that's going to be simply destination. And there we go. As you can see, this looks good now. But if we go back to home, the first link is going to be cut out. So we definitely need to cut it out. So destination.length is longer than, let's do 15 characters. In that case, we're going to show a template string of destination. And then dot slice, let's start from 0 to 15. And we can add 3 dots right here. Else, if it's shorter than 15, we're going to show the entire destination. And as you can see, now it's cut out properly, and these two look great. Awesome. I can notice that there's a typo here, but in this case, it doesn't really matter. This is looking great. Now let's try to expand this a bit. As you can see, all of the images are currently of the same height, but if they were of a different height, then we would see the full power of that masonry grid. But this is looking great as well. With that said, we are done with the pin details page. That's looking great. So our next thing to implement is going to be the user profile. To implement the user profile, we can go back to home, check out all of our routes, and you're gonna notice the user profile. I have a typo here. Profile, there we go, and then the dynamic URL to the user ID, and that's rendering the user profile component. So let's go to the user profile, and we're going to implement it right here. As always, let's start by importing all of the necessary packages and dependencies. So we can get the use state as well as the use effect hooks. We are also going to import an icon, AI outline, and that's going to be logout. That's going to be coming from React-icons AI. Then we can also import the use params and use navigate. These are the hooks coming from React-router-DOM. And we can also import the Google logout. Yep, that's a special component created by the React-Google-login package. We're going to also import a few things of our own. So that's going to be user created pins query, as well as the user query itself, and also user saved pins query. And these are coming from /utils/data. we are also going to import client from /client. That's our Sanity client. Also the masonry grid component or masonry layout. So that's going to be import masonry layout from /masonry layout. And at the end, we're going to import the spinner component from /spinner. Our user profile is also going to have a few use states, so it might be a good idea to create them right away. The first use state is going to be user and set user. And at the start, it's going to be set to null. Then we're going to have the pins state. So we can say pins as well as the set pins, and that's going to be set to null as well. Then we can have the text. So use state is going to be text and set text, and it's going to say created. This is going to be either created or saved because we're going to switch between these two states. Then we have to have one more state, which is going to be active btn. We're always going to have one active button, and at the start, that's going to be the created button. We also want to declare the navigate function is equal to use navigate, and we also need to get the user ID from the params, as you can see right here. So we can say const in curly braces user ID is equal to use params. Great. Now, of course, at the start, we're going to check if the user doesn't yet exist. In that case, we're going to return a spinner component like this, and we're going to have the message say loading profile like that. Let's save that. And as you can see right now, the only thing we'll be able to see is the loading profile. So of course we have to create a use effect right here. And that use effect is going to fetch our user data. So in this use effect, we're going to call this whenever the user ID changes. And we need to set up our query, which is going to be equal to user query with the user ID. And then we can use the same old client.fetch, pass in the query, create a .then, get the data about that specific user, and simply set the user to be equal to data 0, because we're getting an array and we only want the first user. If we reload, we can just for a second see loading and then immediately user profile. And now is actually the time to implement the JSX for that user profile. Let's add a class name equal to relative, padding bottom 2, h-full, justify-center, and items-center. Inside of that div, we're going to have one more div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-column, and padding bottom -5. Inside of that div, we're going to have one more div, which is going to have a class name equal to relative, flex, flex-column, and margin bottom 7. And trust me, one final div right here, which is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-column, justify-center, and items-center. Inside of this div, we are going to have an image tag. This image is always going to fetch a random image from Unsplash. That's a page where you can find a lot of random images. So at the top, let's create the URL for the random image. And that's going to be https://source.unsplash.com. In here, we can do a / and say 1600 pixels or just 1600 and then times 900. And then / question mark nature, comma, photography, comma, technology. Or of course, you can choose any category you want. So this URL is going to give us a random image. Now we can use this as a source to this image right here. Let's also provide it a class name equal to w-full height-370. On extra large devices, we're going to set the height to be equal to 510, shadow-lg, and object-cover. And finally, we have to give it the alt is equal to banner picture, or just banner pic. And there we go. We couldn't find that photo. So let's go ahead and check out our random image URL one more time. It's supposed to be https://source.unsplash.com. And instead of the asterisk here, this was supposed to be X. There we go. So now if you save it again, you're going to get the random user banner. And this is going to change every time that you reload the page. Below the banner photo, we of course need the user's photo. So right here, we can add the image tag. We can add the class name equal to rounded-full w-20 height-20 minus margin top -10 shadow-xl and object-cover. Okay, so now we have to get the source for this image, and that's simply going to be user.image. As soon as we save that, you will be able to see your profile image. We can add the alt tag, which is going to be user-pic. Now below that, we have to add an h1 tag, which is going to have a class name equal to font-bold, text-3xl, text-center, and margin top 3. And inside of that h1, we're going to render the user.username. There we go. Now, just below this h1, we're going to render one div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to absolute. It's also going to be positioned at top 0, z index to 1, right-0, and padding-2. Inside of there, we have to check if the user ID is equal to user._ID. In that case, the user can also log out from his profile. So right here, we're going to render the Google logout like this. And it's going to look almost the same as it does with our Google login. So let's go ahead and search for our Google login. There we go. I'm going to copy this entire component here, go back and simply paste it right here. There we go. The only thing we have to do is rename it to Google Logout. And of course, we're going to have to change a few things. The client ID is going to remain the same. The button is still going to be here, but it's going to have a few different class names. The class names that it will have is going to be bg-white, p-2, rounded-full, cursor-pointer, outline-none, and shadow-md. It's going to have these two properties as well. And instead of this icon, we're going to render a different icon right here, which is AI outline logout with a color equal to red, as well as the font size equal to 21. And we don't need these responses Google because we're simply logging out. The thing we do need is going to be on success, but on logout success. And there we're going to call the logout function. Of course, we have to create this logout function. I can do it just below our use effect. Const logout is an arrow function. And the only thing it can do is simply say local storage dot clear. And right here, we can also navigate to /login. Of course, we're going to do that if we just logged out. And there you go. At the top right, you can see this logout button. I'm not going to click it right now because I don't want to get logged out, but there it is. Feel free to test it out. Now, below this div containing our Google logout, and below one more div, we can create a new div. And this is going to be div for our two buttons. Right here, this div is going to have a class name equal to text-center and also margin bottom 7. Here we can have two different buttons. Let's go ahead and create the first one first. That's going to be a button. It's going to have a type is equal to button. It's also going to have an on click property where it's going to get the event, and it's going to set the text to be equal to e.target.text content. So this is going to take the contents of that button. And then we can switch the set active btn to be equal to created. Based on that, we can also change the class name. So this is the first time we're going to have a dynamic class name. We're going to say if active btn is triple equal to created. In that case, we want to render the active btn styles. Else, we want to render the not active btn styles like this. And of course, these are the two string variables which we're going to create right away. So let's scroll to the top of this component. And right here at the top, we can declare the const active btn styles are equal to bg-red-500, text-white, font-bold, p-2, rounded-full, width-20, and outline-none. Now I'm going to duplicate this line, and this is going to be not active btn styles. bg is not going to be red, it's going to be primary. We're also going to add the margin right-4. Text is not going to be white, it's going to be text-black. And then everything else can remain as it is. Now we can see our first button. So if we scroll down, we can of course add something inside of that button, something like created. Of course, this is going to refer to the posts that this user has created. And we can duplicate this entire button just below. This button is going to do the same thing, but it's going to set active btn to be saved. And right here, we're going to check if we're currently on the saved button. And instead of created, it's going to say saved. So now we can switch between these two buttons. Depending on the state, we need to show the created posts or the saved posts. So of course, to do that, we're going to have one new use effect, which is going to handle fetching the saved posts and the created posts. So just below this use effect, let's create a new one. That's going to be use effect. It's going to have a callback function and a dependency array, and it's going to be recalled whenever the text changes or when the user ID changes. Inside of here, we want to check if the text is triple equal to created. In that case, we want to get the created pins, but we're also going to have an else. In that case, we want to get the saved pins. So let's first start by getting the created ones. Const created pins query is equal to user created pins query, and we need to pass in the user ID. Then we can simply say client.fetch. Right here, we're going to pass in the created pins query, and we simply need to call a dot then. We're going to get the data, and the only thing we need to do is say set pins is equal to data. Now we can copy this entirely, paste it below. The only thing we have to change is right here. This is not going to be created pins query, it's going to be saved pins query. And we're going to get saved pins by saying user saved pins query. And then we pass in the user ID. Everything else is going to remain the same. Now that we have these queries, we of course have to show our posts. So just below the div containing these two buttons, I'm going to create one more div. And this div is going to have a class name. If we fix this properly, there we go. This div is going to have a class name equal to padding x2. And inside of there, we're simply going to render our own masonry layout component, and we're going to pass in the pins. Now, if we save that, you're going to notice that JavaScript Mastery successfully created 3 different pins. Now, it might be a good idea to wrap this inside of a ternary statement. So saying only if there are pins.length or a question mark .length, in that case, we can actually render out the masonry layout, including our pins. So if somebody hasn't created any, then we're going to show something else. So instead of using and, we can turn this into a ternary and simply show a new div like this. A div that's going to say no pins found. We can give that div a class name is equal to flex, justify dash center, font dash bold, items dash center, width dash full, text dash XL, and margin top 2. I don't think we'll be able to see this because JavaScript Mastery both created posts and also saved a post, as you can see right here. And with that, our profile page is now fully done. Let's expand it and see it in its full glory. There we go. As you can see, we have our 3 posts right here. We can switch between saved and created, and this banner changes every time. With that said, our profile page is now fully done, and it's looking great. Now, I've noticed that the categories on the left side are just still the mock categories or demo categories that we created at the start. So now that we have the list of actual categories, we can actually show them right there. To do that, we can go to our sidebar, and instead of actually creating mock categories like we have this ones, we're simply going to import categories, and that's coming from /utils/data. There we go. So now, as you can see, we're showing real categories right here. And not only that, now we can actually show the image for each category. So inside of the nav link, just above the category title, we can right here show the image with a source category.image. We can also give it a class name equal to w-8, height-8, rounded-full, and shadow-sm. Let's also give it an alt tag, which is going to be category. And there we go. Now we even have the images for each one of these categories. So if we go to the home page and go to, for example, cats, we can see 2 different images right here. But if we go to something like cars, you'll see that there is nothing there. So it might be a good idea to go to our pins, more specifically the feed page or the category page. That is going to be the feed component. And right here, we can check if there is no pins .length. In that case, we can simply return an h2 that's going to say no pins available. And there we go. You can see it right here. Of course, you can only see this right now, but later on, once your users populate this page, the images are going to be included in all of the categories, and the only thing you'll be able to see is this nice masonry grid with all of the images. So the create a post is done. The actual pin details page is also done. The profile page is now fully done as well. What do we still have to do? Well, if you go to Share Me and click on Search, you'll notice that this search component is still not done. So the search is going to be our next step. To start working on the search component, you can visit your file tree, go to Components, and then Search. Inside of here, let's start by importing the use state as well as the use effect hooks from React. Then we're going to import a few of our local files, which is going to be import masonry layout from /masonry layout. Let's also import the client from /client. This is our Sanity client, which we can use to connect to Sanity's backend. Then let's import the feed query as well as the search query, and these are coming from /utils/data. And finally, we can import the spinner from /spinner. Great. Now let's try to see where are we calling our search component. We can do that by opening the first component bracket and then simply searching for search. And you can notice that we are calling it right here inside of the pins and that we're passing a search term to it. So let's go back to our search, and we know that we're getting a search term as a parameter or as a prop. Inside of here, we can set two use states. And in this case, that's going to be pins as well as the set pins at the start set to null. And then we also need the loading. So I'm going to say use state, and we're going to set that to loading, set loading, and at the start, it's going to be set to false. Then inside of this div, we're going to check if we're currently loading. And if we are loading, we're going to show a spinner with a message equal to searching for pins, like this. Now, if we turn this to true, you can notice that we have searching for pins. Right here, we're going to write pins ? .length, and that is not equal to 0. If that is true, or meaning if that is false, we're going to simply show the masonry layout, and we're going to pass pins to it. Finally, below that, we're going to do pins ? .length is equal to 0, and then in that case, only if the search term is also not empty, meaning we are searching for something, but there are no pins, in that case, also, and if we are not currently loading, in that case, we're going to simply display a div. We can do it right here. Div that's going to have a class name, empty-10, text-center, and text-xl. There we can say no pins found. There we go. But right now, the question is, how are we going to get the pins for a specific search query? And the answer is, let's use a use effect right here. So let's write use effect. And that use effect is going to change anytime that the search term changes. We can first check if there is a search term. In that case, we can set the loading to be set to true. Else, if we don't have a search term, then we can show the pins of all categories and all search terms. So let's say client.fetch feed query, and then we can simply say .then, we get the data, and then we simply need to set pins, which is going to be data, and also set loading, which is going to be set to false. But if we do have a search term, in that case, we can say const query is equal to search query, where we're going to pass the search term and we're going to pass the lowercase search term. So we can say .to lowercase. And then right here, we can basically copy this client.fetch right here, paste it below this query, and instead of feed query, we're just going to pass this specific query. And there we go. Let's save it and test it out. As you can see, right now, we can see all of the posts. But if I click search right here and search for something like cats, you can notice that now we get only the cats. If I try searching for something like coffee, there we go. We can only see the image that contains the word coffee in the title or in the description. With that said, our search is now fully done. That is great. So I'm going to take some time and add a few more photos of different heights just so we can see the full beauty of our masonry layout. And there we go. I went ahead and added a few more photos, and now if I put it in this view, you can see how we get this nice masonry layout. Of course, the more photos you add, the better is it going to look. I've added 2 different wallpapers, the logo for JavaScript Mastery, as well as the logo for the new JavaScript Mastery Pro platform. And there were the 3 images for my setup. Of course, we can go to wallpaper, see all the related photos, as well as the photo, categories work, cats work as well. The profile page is working perfectly as well. We can save different posts and everything is functioning perfectly. Of course, the last touch is going to be to change the title and the favicon of our website. So let's collapse all the files and folders, go to Share Me Frontend, go to Public, and into the index.html. Right here, instead of the favicon, we can use our actual logo. Of course, feel free to use any logo you want, but the logo for the Share Me platform is going to be linked in the description. You'll be able to find the link there. It's going to be titled favicon.png, and as you can see right here, the only thing we have to do is simply rename from favicon.ico to favicon.png. And if you do that and reload, you can see there is our new icon, and we can also change the title of our website to be something like Share Me. Great. And if you look at that, now we have Share Me, and it is our photo sharing platform. Essentially, a full stack social media application for sharing images. This is the website we've created from scratch together in this video. Phenomenal job. Now you can see this is the website that I created before, and we have a few more images here so we can really see the power of this masonry grid. You can turn your app into a real social media application where users will be able to post images just like these ones. Now let's start with the last step of our journey, and that is actually deploying this entire website to the internet so that all of your friends and potential employers can see your website. Of course, you'll also be able to share it on your portfolio. Great, let's start. To deploy our great social media platform, we're gonna use Netlify. Netlify is great for free and small projects. They don't give you a specific domain name, but it's great if you simply want to put something on the internet. On the other hand, if you want extremely fast hosting, maybe you're planning to turn this into a real social media application and you want to get a real domain name, I would strongly encourage you to look into Hostinger. They offer a free domain name with their value-added package. The link to Hostinger is going to be down in the description. But as I've mentioned, for simplicity purposes, in this case, we're going to go with Netlify. You can log in at the top right. You can click Sites right here. This is where we're going to deploy our application. Before we can do that, let's go ahead and close all the files and folders. I'm just holding Control and pressing W to quickly close them. And we can collapse all the files and folders here as well. Now you can open up Share Me Frontend, go to Public, and we'll have to add one more file to the public folder. The file's name is going to be _redirects without an extension. And there you'll have to type /* space / index.html and then 200. Our website is a multi-page website. So if we go to something like category, you'll see category cars. And on Netlify, if you reload the page and you're not on the root domain, then it's going to throw you an error. But with this, that error is going to be fixed. So now we can actually deploy it, but first we have to build it out. So let's open up our terminal by going to View and then Terminal. And then we can stop our currently running terminal by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y. We can clear this and make sure that you are in the Share Me frontend, or however you call the frontend part of your application. And finally, you can run npm run build. This is going to create an optimized production build of our entire React application. Once your application builds out, you'll be able to find a build folder right here. Right-click it and click Reveal in File Explorer. Then you can go back to Netlify, find your folder right here, and then scroll down to this page and drag and drop it right inside of here. It's going to take just a second to upload, and in a matter of seconds, it's going to be deployed on the web. Before checking it out, you can quickly change your domain name right here. The Netlify app is still going to remain there, but you can change just the start of that name. So let's try with share me JSM and save. There we go. Now you can go to your domain name, and you'll notice that we are just going to get a loading page, nothing more. So now is actually the time that we put our app to production. Now that it is deployed, we have to change some of the parameters with the Google login as well as Sanity so that everything is allowed for the production version of our application. The first thing you can do is go to your sanity.io/manage. Then find your project, go to the settings, more specifically to the API settings, course origins, and then copy the URL of your newly deployed site. I just copied it, add course origin, paste it right here, and allow credentials and save. Now that we've done that, let's go back to our website, reload the page, and right now we get cannot read property null of Google ID, and that is completely fine. The reason why that is happening is because we also have to provide our newly created URL to the Google console. So again, now you have to go to the website we previously used to set up our Google authentication, console.cloud.google.com. Then you'll have to go to your specific project, in this case Share Me, and to credentials. We can click Web Client 1. And finally, we'll have to add an authorized JavaScript origin. In this case, we can simply add our newly created URL. Let's go ahead and add it and click Save. There we go. Now we can go back to our website and open up the Application tab. Go to Local Storage and completely clear the local storage. Finally, we can close the console and reload the page. It looks like we still have a quick error in our pin.jsx component. So let's go to pin.jsx. And the console says the error is on line 16, cannot read properties null of Google ID. So right here, we're trying to get the Google ID through the user. But if the user is undefined or null, in that case, this is going to be an error. So we simply have to add a question mark right here for that error to be fixed. Now, let's just simply search for Google ID across this file and see if we're using it somewhere else. As you can see, we're using it here as well. So we're going to add 2 question marks. And there is one final place where we're using it, and that is right here on line 98 in my case. Now that we've made sure that the user actually exists, let's also do a 100% check and re-navigate the user back to the login page if the user is not logged in. So to do that, we can go to our pins container or the home page, or maybe the best way to do it is to go straight to the app.js. And inside of here, we're gonna initialize the navigate hook by saying navigate is equal to use navigate, and we call that as a hook. Then we're going to set up a use effect right here. That use effect is going to happen only at the start right now. And right here, we'll try to get the user by saying const user is equal to fetch user. Remember, this fetch user is coming from /utils/fetch user. We of course have to also import the use effect at the top right here. And finally, we have to say if there is no user, in that case, navigate to /login. There we go. Now we are 100% sure that if the user hasn't been logged in, or if for whatever reason the login expired, we're going to re-navigate them back to login. With that said, let's go ahead and open the view, terminal, and then we can run npm run build one final time. While that build is happening, we can go to our deployed page on Netlify, and you can click deploys right here. In your case, there's going to be just one there. I was doing some testing. And finally, on your File Explorer, you can go to your build folder, click Reveal in File Explorer, and finally, you can simply drag and drop your build folder right here. We can reload the page. In a few seconds, it's going to be published. You can go back to your page and reload it. And as you can see, on our new shareme.jsm.netlify.app, we've been redirected to login. Let's see if the sign in with Google works. A pop-up window appeared on my other screen. I'm gonna log in using my JavaScript Mastery account. And in this case, it looks like we got just one small error. If we go to console, it's the same line. It's going to be cannot read property underscore ID at pin JSX16. So that's really unfortunate. We should have paid attention to that. Right here, there is our underscore ID. And in this case, we also have to provide question marks right here. There we go. So now I'm going to redeploy this npm run build. And once it builds out, I'm going to go back to Netlify, deploys, and I'm going to simply drag and drop the rebuild build folder. There we go. Our application has been built, and I'm going to simply reveal it in File Explorer, and I'm going to drag and drop the build folder. We're going to reload the page. It is published. Go back on our shareme.netlify.app and reload the page. And there we go. Finally, there were some little hiccups at the end, but everything turned out great. We are on our newly deployed application. We have our profile page here. The images work fine. This is the image details page. And we can go ahead and search for cats as well. There we go, images of cats. And let's go ahead and test the mobile view as well. So I'm going to right click, inspect, go to mobile view, and check this out. It's looking great. We built a real image sharing social media application. Congratulations. One last thing that I want to show you is that you can open up your Visual Studio Code and stop your other terminal from running by pressing Ctrl C. Make sure that you're positioned in the backend folder now, and then run Sanity deploy. This is going to deploy your studio online. In here, you have to choose your host name. I'm going to use shareme.jsm. This is going to build out your desk that you'll be able to share with other people, and everybody you give access to will be able to manage the content of your database or of your backend through Sanity's desk system. Let's give it a minute and I'll show that to you in action. And there we go. As I was speaking, the deployed link is here. You can control click it, and we are on our Sanity's Studio desk. As you can see, you can give access to this link to other people, and they will be able to create new pins straight from this dashboard. Great. Of course, you have to be cautious when giving access to this, or generally when storing user information through any kind of content management system, because right here, you'll be able to see the user information as well as the image and some other information like IDs. Some of this information might have to be stored safely and securely, and in that regard, you have to be careful of what content do you put on your content management systems. But with that said, this is great. We can see all of our pins here. I'm incredibly happy with the site we ended up creating in this one video. I know it was a long one, but hopefully you learned a lot along the way, and I hope you're gonna enjoy by putting this project on your portfolio. Of course, huge thanks to Sanity, not only for sponsoring this video, but for creating such an amazing platform that allowed us to create our social media sharing application so easily. We didn't have to focus on building out the entire backend and the database. We just focused on the front end, and Sanity.io took care of the content for us. Great. With that said, thank you so much for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one.